Morning, everyone. Welcome to EDNA. For the committee, next week we will be meeting on Tuesday in the finance room for a day of hearings. And Wednesday we'll be here for a full day of hearings. On Thursday, there is a session that is not expected to last very long. And I'm thinking we might want to have an executive session after the House session. If so, I'll be announcing it from the floor, but I wanted to warn you before doing that. So I'm hoping that we will continue to be able to not meet on Mondays and Fridays. And so in all of February, we will probably be meeting Tuesdays and Wednesdays, maybe here, maybe somewhere else on Tuesdays, and session on Thursday. And Mondays and Fridays are always open for subcommittees. Just,
What is the cause for using the finance room? Are we joint with somebody?
we are sharing this room with election law, and they are planning to be here next Tuesday. The original agreement was that they would have Tuesday and we would have the rest of the week. And then the speaker came in and said, but I want Thursdays. And so we're getting bumped.
We're not meeting jointly with anybody.
Nope, we're just getting that room was available, so we will be there.
I somehow thought we were Wednesdays.
Well, yes, but I've planned out our hearings because we've got so many
Not
bills.
that it matters, but I
And
don't know my schedule for Tuesday.
That's why I'm warning you now. February, we will probably be here every Tuesday, every Wednesday for hearings. And that should get all 66 bills.
The other Carol looks scans.
It's all right. We got more than expected, more than I want, but we've got them, so we will do what we can. So I will encourage people to think about what we could exec next Thursday, and I'll talk to all the subcommittee chairs and see what they're through with. So, all right, so opening the hearing on House Bill 1057, and I call Representative Prue.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and the rest of the committee. Good morning. Back again. So this morning I'm introducing Mark Prue, representing Hillsborough 15, Manchester Ward 8. I'm introducing 1057, which is provisional licensing for emergency medical technicians, EMTs. They added a new law a few years back that every EMT, once they complete their course and they go for licensure, has to go through a background check. Everybody's getting a background check. We've had a couple of people who got out of school, wanted to come work for my fire department, so I've experienced this personally. And it took them over 3 months to get their background check. So here's somebody trying to get into a new career to take care of their family, and they're waiting 3 months. Obviously, they couldn't wait 3 months, and they went and found another job, driving a truck, doing whatever, and we lost that person. And we're recruiting fire, EMS, and police is very hard and difficult now because not a lot of people want those jobs. So if we have somebody interested, we need to get them in, get them interested, and hang on to them. So what this does is, if after 3 weeks they haven't got their background check from the state shall issue them a temporary license that they can revoke at any time. Like if their background check comes with something bad, they can pull that license and they can't work anymore. And they'll just call the employer and notify them that their license has been revoked and that person will be gone. So you may hear that, background checks don't take that long anymore. They're down to 2 weeks or whatever. But what happens if Department of Safety loses a couple of people in that department and we're back to 3 months again, right? So yes, I know it's working pretty good right now, but I'm a kind of like to have safeties in place that if it extends, because even now there's a couple that we've had recently that took an extended period of time, 4 or 5 weeks. Granted, that's still not too bad, but I hate to see it go back to the 3 months. So this being in place, after 3 weeks, if the state hasn't cleared them, they get a temporary license. And again, if something comes back bad, they're out. And with that, I'll end my testimony and take questions.
Okay, thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning.
So I totally get your position in your unhappiness with people who are qualified, ready to go, and system hangs them out to dry. But what about the person whose thing comes back bad? They've been working, potentially damaging people. You know that what I'm getting at.
So I'll tell you that we work in pairs, right? So if it's known that they have a temporary license, I think we would pair them up with somebody who's a pretty sharp person and keep an eye on them as well, especially if they have that transitional license.
That's helpful. No, working in
Follow
pairs, obviously. Thank
Yeah.
you, Madam Chair. Working in pairs, that does mitigate the
Yeah.
potential danger of having somebody who's incompetent or.
Correct. And any new EMT, we watch like a hawk anyway, right? Because they don't have the experience. So we're going to be on them to begin with.
Yeah.
Not any different because of their temporary thing, but because we know they're new.
Yeah, and Representative Schmidt, this applies to people who have completed the training and the test.
Right.
So, and I believe there are a number of other professions that issue temporary licenses pending the result of the criminal background check.
Yep.
Right. Well, the thing is.
Yes,
I-
Representative Schmidt?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally get the colloquy we were having. The issue is the bad egg, but the fact of working in pairs, that mitigates that greatly. So thank you for the privilege of continuing. Thank
Representative Prue, do you know how many or what percentage of candidates fail their background check?
I do not, but I don't think there's many. In recent times for me, I've only heard of one person coming back with a little something that needed to get dove into more.
Okay, thank you, because we found out that the licensed nursing assistants, 70% of them have an issue for the board to review. And if that were the case, I'd be much more concerned.
Yeah.
Representative Lakis, you had a question? Okay, thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Even though you work in pairs, would there ever be an instance where this individual would be alone with, I'll call him a patient?
So, especially a new EMT, we would not leave them alone, right? The ambulance can't move without 2 people. Granted, one has to be driving, but now in all of our ambulances, we have a camera in the back,
Okay,
right?
Thank you.
So my rearview mirror becomes the screen for the back, so I can see what's going on. It's there for a couple of reasons, mostly for safety. If a patient starts to attack my partner, I can see it and pull over and go help and things like that. But also, if any wrongdoing's happening, I know I always watch that screen, when I'm driving to check on and I would see everything that's going on. And you can hear what's going on too.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Representative. Maybe I'm misunderstanding line 8. If I may not know the language it's supposed to be written in. The sentence says a temporary provisional license shall be revoked upon the receipt of criminal history record check. Is that a term that says
I
it's come
think
back?
if it came back bad, it would be revoked. That actually, I guess, if that check, when that check comes back, that license is revoked and a permanent regular license would be issued.
Follow-up, please.
Please.
I understood that, yes, I understand that's what it means, but I don't
If it's
know
written
if
that well.
that's what it says.
Yeah, I get you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Blackus.
Yeah, maybe I could help. It's worded a little oddly, but it says that the license shall be revoked upon receipt of a criminal history check if a license is denied under this section. I took that to mean if the criminal history check resulted in the license being denied, then the provisional license would be revoked. Maybe reworded better, but yeah.
okay.
Yes. Okay. Yes, Representative Prue, we like the idea, but we're concerned about the wordsmithing issues that keep popping
Always
up.
about the wordsmithing.
All right, any Representative Mangiapudi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, so once the provisional license, background check comes back, irrespective of when it comes between the time it is to
Right.
how many, so the provisional license would be just for 3 months, the maximum time it would take, correct?
It's gonna be until that background check comes back, right? Because you want them to keep working. So if I put it at 3 months and it takes 4 months for the background check, at 3 months he has to stop working and wait for the background check.
Yes, that would be specified in the rules that are authorized by the bill.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on HB 1057? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Executive? Okay, we got a quorum. 3, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12. Okay, we have a quorum, so I'd like to move into executive session, and I'll entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, Representative Shu had a question.
Oh.
Do you have a question?
I was wondering, hoping, I think the gentleman that's there is from EMS, is that?
We're just wondering if you really would like to speak to us. We're. Sorry, I'll reopen the hearing and introduce yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Chris Daywaz. I'm from Hollis, New Hampshire, and I am with American Medical Response. I'm also on the board of directors for the New Hampshire Ambulance Association. I generally believe we support this bill. There have been occasions where, particularly during COVID, it was a very, very lengthy process. And listen, I understand why, to get licensure. But as Representative Prue made mention of, it is very difficult to recruit and retain employees in public safety and healthcare right now. And we want to make sure that every avenue that is available to us is being explored to try and do that. As well, we want to make sure that our employees that we hire are appropriately vetted and that there are safeguards in place for our patients and our other staff. And I think that there could be a balance to be able to do this with this bill.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Mangiapudi?
Does this include the students that train right after for becoming an EMT just before applying for?
Those individuals don't need to be licensed students. So this is someone who's completed and passed all of the examination requirements, taken the course, passed the National Registry exam, and is ready for licensure. Yeah. And you know, most organizations, I can't speak for all of them, but at least our organizations, we do our own background check on people that we are hiring for a number of different things, whether it's criminal background check or OIG, Medicare exclusion, drug testing, and the like. So we're fully vetting our individuals before they go to the state as well. So.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Other questions?
Thank you. I saw the uniform.
Yeah,
I thought
Representative Shu.
perhaps he was from the state EMS.
No, we have private ambulance services as well.
Could you kindly fill out a pink card and bring it to us?
I shall.
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Anyone else? All right, then I will reclose the public hearing and go into executive session and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to auto pass.
Okay. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
This seems to be a reasonable way of attaining support for the EMTs and a safe way to guard the public at the same time. So I think that this is helpful to the cause.
Representative Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My cousin is the head of standards for EMTs, and her partner owns a private EMT service. And I know the dedication and the just the way they pay attention to details and safety, public safety. So I support this completely. Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a good piece of legislation. It still gives a 3-week waiting period, giving Department of Safety that ability to complete the background check before the license is issued. We've heard that most of the backup was during COVID times when we all know there was a lot going on. I think they are getting better at what they are doing with these checks, and I'm hoping that, this will not only just speed up the licensing process, but give a little bit of time for Department of Safety to complete those checks and get this person licensed appropriately.
All right, anyone else? Representative Mangiapudi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This seems like in any other paraprofessional professional where mentorship or provisional licensing with clinical fellowship, that's what is coming to my mind. CFI for speech pathologist and audiologist, that is a time where you're supervised, you can't take on permanently. This gives, they're already done all the exams, everything waiting. This helps build their experience, and I would support.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Rhoda. And when ready, the clerk can call the roll.
Okay, Representative Lucas,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick,
Yes.
Representative Gould,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
Vote is 13-0. Oh, gosh.
14.
No, it's actually, you are the 13th. I'm so sorry. The chair,
Yes.
sorry. It is 13-0. I counted her
Okay.
before she even voted.
Thank you, Representative Grota, for reading my mind. All right. Does anyone object to consent? Okay, seeing none, we'll put this on consent, and we will take a 10-minute break before the next hearing. Okay. Good morning. Welcome back to EDNA. I'm opening the public hearing on House Bill 1233, and I call Representative Kelly.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Diane Kelly, representing Hillsborough District 32, and I am here this morning to introduce HB 1233, which originally, some of you may remember, originally came to this committee as HB 258 last year. And it is basically allowing for people chiropractors who are certified animal chiropractors and who were certified in a program that is approved by the director of OPLC to be exempt from veterinary licensure requirements so that they can work on animals. And the subcommittee, chaired by Representative Lekes and very hardworking members who were willing to show up and give their extra time and extra hard work and everything to that committee, were able to get it amended in a way that worked for all the stakeholders, I think. And it's a great bill, but I owe this committee an apology. I have a family member who had an extreme medical emergency last year, just before the Senate hearing. And I was so excited to go there with it, but I literally just forgot. I was dealing with hospitalization issues and such, and just a lot going on, so I did not show up. So I apologize for putting you all through this again, but it is a great bill, and I would like to shepherd it through again. It passed last year through this body on consent. It went on the consent calendar and then passed the House on consent, and yeah, I just botched. So this year, I don't care who has a medical problem, I will show up in the Senate, and
Representative Schmidt, please.
So anyway, that is what I have to say, and I guess there are some speakers behind me to also speak as well, unless there are questions for me.
Representative Grota?
So can you tell us a little bit about the changes that were made to this bill from last year's and the considerations that you participated in the study committee, I would imagine?
I showed up for it and maybe spoke a little more excitedly than I should have. Probably Representative Lekes would be able to address that.
Yes, please, Representative Lekes.
Yeah, so we worked with a number of the stakeholders, Vet Board and other people, and came up with an amendment which passed this committee in the House. And the bill as written here is exactly the bill that is as amended that came out of the House. If that answers the question.
All right. Any other questions?
Yes, it was.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Aubrey Friedman?
Madam Chair, committee members, Aubrey Friedman. I live in Bridgewater, private citizen who doesn't have a pet now but hopes to have one soon again. I speak in support of this bill. The thing is, I think the licensing is just not necessary. The bill already specifies to have a nationally recognized professional trade organization, and that's the entity that's going to do the real policing in this industry. And they have very high standards, and they have the real incentive to weed out any bad members. So, reputation, that's the main thing. You don't want, if you certify members who do a poor job or hurt animals or unprofessional, unethical, whatever it might be, that reflects negatively on everybody in the industry. So they have a real incentive to weed out the bad apples. So they're doing the real policing. Now, the bureaucrats, I have nothing against them personally. They are well-meaning, but they're paperwork people. And, I'm a realtor, so I have it from the Real Estate Commission. It's the same thing. Turn in your paperwork, do it thoroughly, get your CEUs, get it done on time. They're very big on time, and pay your fees. That's the most important thing. They're paperwork people. They just, if they give a license and it turns out to be somebody who really does harm the public, it's no skin off their nose. It wasn't part of their job. So, they're just really not needed. And I think there's actually a negative part to having the state licensing, which is it gives a false sense of security to the public that, well, the state gave them a license, so, they must be okay. No, you as a consumer, we all know as consumers, we have to do our own vetting. Your number one source is word of mouth and reputation. When I moved here and got my dog, I asked my neighbor, where do you go for vet services? And that's who I used until I wasn't happy with them. Then I found somebody else. So word of mouth, reputation, your second best source is certification from the private, the professional organization, long as they're in good standing, and you have to do it every 3 years anyway. And the third source we have right now is the licensing, and I just don't think they add anything to the process. So we should eliminate them, save everybody time and money. And that's it. That's why I support the bill.
Thank you. Are there any questions
Question?
from the committee? Don't see
Okay,
any.
thank you.
Very good. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1233? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
I do want to make a comment, though. We have no one from OPLC to speak to their agreement to do this.
Representative Blackus?
Yeah, they were involved in the subcommittee where we came up with the amendment, and they were okay with it at the time.
Okay, thank you.
I close the public hearing. If we wish to discuss it, we should go into executive session.
I'm just curious
Yes,
if this bill is exactly the same as the bill that the Senate killed. What makes us think it's going to go anywhere?
Representative Blackus?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke with Representative Kelly, after the fact, unfortunately. But yeah, her mother had a massive stroke and she was spending all her time in the hospital. And so no one showed up to introduce the bill to Senate EDA, and they ITL'd it 5-0 by default. And that passed by a voice vote in the full Senate. And I'm expecting that with somebody explaining the bill to them, they might do something different. At least I hope so.
Okay. Representative Gould?
I was asking you if we were in executive session. Are you willing to entertain a motion?
Yes.
I move ought to pass on House Bill 1233.
And I'll second.
All right. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I may have mentioned this last year, but I want to share that several years ago, I had a very sick rabbit. I was losing rabbits, a lot of rabbits. They were dying. And I went to a very expensive exotic pet vet, and he couldn't figure out. He was pretty sure it was poisoning of some sort. He wanted to do tests at several $100s per test, and you had to test for one chemical at a time. My chiropractor, who was formerly the state examiner of all chiropractors, could not legally treat me, do any work for me, but he could do me a favor as a friend. And so he's passed on. I'm not risking any problems for him. He agreed to see my rabbit after hours for no pay. And the vet knew it was happening and was very interested in the results. And we determined that my rabbits were being poisoned by my garden hoses that were made in China with very toxic chemicals inside that never would have been tested by the vet. So I highly support this bill. There's a place for all services for our animals, and we need to take care of them. Thank you.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you. So right now, as far as I know, there aren't veterinarians that are doing chiropractic for animals. There may be a few, I don't know. But it is going on. There are people doing chiropractic on animals basically under the table. It was and still is maybe a little gray area as to whether they have to be they should be licensed as vets or not. It's unclear. I know there are people doing it and they're not advertising because their status is unclear. What this would do is, at least require that they be certified by a nationally recognized certification organization, which exists, as I was interested to find out. And so, people will have some assurance that they've had some training and there's some review. But, requiring they actually become full-blown vets is excessive for this. And the problem is, even if vets did this, I guess trying to get an appointment with a vet can take a very long time and it's quite expensive. So that's my argument.
Okay.
That's testimony we got anyway.
Representative Mangiabuti?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is nationally accredited, so it can be transferable from one state to another, kind of. So this is a national accreditation, correct?
Representative Blackus?
That's my understanding. Maybe there's someone here who is more, knows more about it, but that wouldn't really affect this bill. I mean, it is a national organization, and this bill would allow OPLC under 541A rulemaking to determine the organization or organizations that would meet the New Hampshire requirement.
Okay. Any other? Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the other things we heard last year was that people were having to go to a vet to get a referral to an animal chiropractor. They would have to wait sometimes weeks to get the appointment with a vet just to get a referral. So it's a complete catch-22 situation that made no sense. And the committee recognized that Representative Kelly was bringing a simple concept to solve the problem. So it sailed through the House, and just unfortunate that nobody there. But if the Senate, if you don't have somebody to open the bill in the Senate, they don't like that. I don't blame them.
Representative Gerhard?
Thank you. I'm just curious. So, if the bill goes through and somebody is massaging a squirrel without the nationally accredited requirement, are they going to be locked up, or what is the penalties for?
That's a very good question. I don't believe that this addresses the issue of unauthorized animal chiropractic. It just says that if you are nationally certified, you don't need a veterinary license. But Representative Blackus?
Yeah, I don't know the exact penalty, but I guess what's happened in the past, when it's come to light that people are doing this, we heard testimony that some people had gotten what could be called threatening letters from the veterinary board saying they shouldn't be doing it. And so, arguably, if somebody was doing this without the certification, whatever the penalty was for practicing veterinary medicine without a license, maybe could apply.
Maybe, okay. I hope you're not running an authorized animal chiropractic clinic in your backyard, Representative Gerhard. That would stretch the system. Representative Brown?
Maybe I should have asked this outside of exec session. So it says on line 5, line 4 and 5, the executive director, in accordance with rules adopted, et cetera, in consultation with Board of Veterinary Medicine and chiropractic examiners, which if HB 1676 passes, Board of Veterinary Medicine will be gone in what year? I go 2025, and so it's just a thought that somewhere along the line that will have to be corrected or
if that
come
bill
into-
were to pass, 1676 were to pass, and we decided to make a change to any of the boards mentioned in it, there would be a sweeping revision of all sorts of statutes required.
Thank you.
And let's not ask for trouble in advance. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, the motion is ought to pass by Representative Gould. Will clerk can call the roll.
Yes. Representative Lucas.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Gerhardt.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Representative Brown.
yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Yes.
And the chair.
Yes.
The vote is 14-0. Motion passes.
Excellent. The motion passes. Does anyone object to consent? Okay, we'll try again. Okay, and close the executive session and to give Representative Gould time to write her committee report. And we will resume at 11.
Okay.
Good morning. Welcome back to EDNA. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1272 and call Representative Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable colleagues. As the prime sponsor, I appreciate the opportunity to introduce to you today House Bill 1272. For the record, I am Representative Diane Power. I represent the towns of Brookline, Mason, and Greenville in Hillsborough County, District 36. To begin, this is a simple, straightforward, common sense bill. The purpose of this bill is to streamline the reciprocity licensing process in New Hampshire. Current statute RSA 3310-A license reciprocity authorizes OPLC to issue New Hampshire licenses to out-of-state applicants licensed in another state, provided that the other state's licensing requirements are substantially similar to those in New Hampshire. The issue that this bill seeks to address is this: necessitating that another state's licensing requirements be substantially similar to those in New Hampshire undoubtedly places additional unnecessary burdens on both the out-of-state licensed professional as well as OPLC. This bill simply eliminates the, quote, substantially similar, unquote, language in the current statute, and this is shown in lines 6 through 9 of the bill text. This simple change has a number of benefits. First, this bill eliminates unnecessary barriers that are needlessly perpetuated by the, quote, substantially similar, unquote, language in current statute. To be clear, licensed professionals that have already successfully completed their education, obtained the required training hours, passed a professional licensing exam, and satisfied all of the standards and requirements of a state licensing body, any additional unnecessary red tape makes no sense. Licensed professionals do not lose their job skills and work-related experience once they cross state lines. Second, this bill cuts this unnecessary red tape, and it simplifies the process for everyone involved. Any additional standards and or requirements imposed by the substantially similar language in the current statute undoubtedly creates a burdensome administrative process for both OPLC and the out-of-state licensed professionals. This costs both time and money. By simplifying the current process, the verification procedure for OPLC is greatly streamlined. Currently, OPLC must maintain up-to-date information on the licensing requirements of other jurisdictions, which can change frequently. Compounding this challenge, OPLC must also maintain a history of licensing requirements in other jurisdictions for the many licensed professions, in order to compare the actual requirements that were in place when the out-of-state applicant earned their occupational license. Importantly, by simplifying the current process, licensed professionals new to our state can more easily and more quickly obtain a New Hampshire license, and thus begin to be able to work sooner than later in our state, providing professional services. Third, this bill eliminates unnecessary barriers to interstate mobility, which in turn it benefits workers, employers, and consumers. And this mostly affects women as well as people of color that are coming from other states. This bill also supports working families, and it helps to eliminate New Hampshire's severe labor shortage by expanding our labor force. I would say this is a win-win for everyone. And finally, by eliminating unnecessary red tape for licensed professionals, this bill supports the governor's initiative to reform occupational licensing in the Granite State. In conclusion, this bill applies only to licensed professionals who hold active out-of-state licenses in good standing. However, I do acknowledge that our New Hampshire laws in the areas of real estate, residential electricians, naturopaths, and land surveyors, I am willing to work with whomever to address those areas of statute and how this particular bill might affect those licensed professions. The bill requires OPLC to issue licenses to the out-of-state licensed professionals without any additional requirements. This bill eliminates the administrative burden for OPLC to track current as well as historic licensing requirements across all jurisdictions and all licensed professions. This bill enables licensed professionals to be able to quickly work in our state without any additional burdensome red tape or unnecessary delay. This bill supports the governor's occupational licensing reform initiatives, and most importantly, this bill strengthens and expands our economy, which in turn supports our hardworking Granite State families. Madam Chair, that concludes my bill introduction, and I'm happy to take any questions if you permit.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, thank you, Representative Schmidt. I was checking everybody to make sure who would be there. Thank you for your help. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here we go. Thank you for taking my question. So philosophically, I agree with streamlining the process. Does this mean that New Hampshire's licensing requirements should be only equivalent to every other state's for any license, and that we shouldn't consider making them more restrictive for reasons that our own citizens might want?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So to be clear, the purpose of licensing is to establish minimum standards. It's not to establish unreasonably high standards, which creates barriers for entry for people, to enter the workforce in New Hampshire. And I would also reiterate, carefully consider and contemplate that this bill applies to people, licensed professionals who hold a current license in good standing. So that would be it, and it makes no sense to me. We all travel out of the state of New Hampshire to other states, and we engage in I guess commerce, if you will, and at times interact with other licensed professionals. We don't, if we went on vacation to another state, we're not concerned about the licensing and the requirements and education of, say, a cosmetologist to style our hair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bailey?
It's not just related to this, but in general, when somebody licensed in another state comes to work here, do they announce themselves in some way or tell OPLC, oh, by the way, I'll be working there? Or...
Thank you for the question, Representative. The process is that when somebody from out of state that's a licensed professional wishes to, practice, provide services in the state of New Hampshire, they need to be licensed by the state of New Hampshire. And so there's an application process which they, apply for the New Hampshire license, and that goes through OPLC, and then with current statute, that would OPLC works closely with boards and commissions in order to make that determination under the current law.
I knew it would be something like that. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Baroda?
Thank you. Representative Power, do you have a list by state as compared to New Hampshire for the licenses that are less stringent than ours and more and equivalent?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I do not have that list with me here right on the witness stand. That would be a daunting task. Like I said, there's a number of, we have to deal with the jurisdictions, which are the 50 states, the District of Columbia, and the 5 inhabited territories of the United States. So those are the jurisdictions, and then you're talking about licensed professions. That would be a huge research project. I'm sure OPLC has that information, but I don't have it printed out right here.
I'm sorry,
right.
a follow-up.
Follow-up?
I hope you don't feel like you're on a witness stand because this is not a court.
Okay.
Second of all, I'm sure that data is available, and if you don't have it, I'll ask someone else. Thank you.
Yes. Representative Fitzpatrick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In theory, I'm in favor of this concept. Has there been any thought to reciprocity in that we will recognize another state's licensing if they recognize ours? In other words, someone from our state moving to another one?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I believe, and it's my understanding, that there are licensed compacts with other states. I can't really speak in particular to that. I'm sure there are some expert witnesses behind me that can answer that question more completely.
It's just, you understand what I was asking. In other words, we will recognize your state's license, people from your state moving into ours, if you will recognize people from our state moving into yours. That's.
I understand what you're. I understand. Thank you, Representative. I understand what you're saying, but to me that's not a proper criteria.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, but thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Baroda? Again, and then
Thank
Brown
you.
again.
I was just thinking last year, we put this statute in substantially similar because of the questions that we had concerning barriers to entry. So what information do you have that leads you to believe that this is not working now?
So thank you for the question, Representative. I appreciate that. When you consider the concept of occupational licensing, to reiterate, the purpose is to establish minimum standards. And furthermore, we can all agree that we don't want to license people that don't have licenses. This bill clearly pertains to those that hold a professional license from another jurisdiction. And that goes to the minimum standard. So with regards to the purpose of licensing, and what I can say is that there are 40% of the states have moved to some form of universal licensing. The first state was Arizona in 2019, and now here in 2024, there are 20 of the 50 states that have moved to universal licensing. If it wasn't a good thing, then we would not see that shift. It streamlines the process. It streamlines the process for licensing, and it helps the professionals. Did that answer the question?
Actually, no, but we'll try it again.
The next speaker will be Executive Director Courtney, who will be describing how we implemented the substantially similar requirement, because I think that will answer some questions both from the committee and from other people in the audience. Okay, Representative Brown and then Schuett. Okay, thank you. Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little uncomfortable with the language "another jurisdiction." You're saying that's other U.S. states and territories, but that doesn't actually limit, could be European, it could be African, it could be.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I was having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but if I understood the question, your concern is with regards to the term jurisdictions. So I've been in front of this committee 4 times previously with occupational licensing reform bills. And in fact, one of my bills that it focused specifically on cosmetology, aesthetics, and barbering out-of-state licensure. And it was exactly the same as this bill in front of you, but it just focused on that one profession. And as in the hearing, I did get feedback from OPLC with regards to the use of that word jurisdiction. So I feel very comfortable including that in this language.
Okay, thank you. Representative Smith and then Manchaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good evening, good afternoon, morning, whatever. I have a question. He brought it up. If you have a driver's license from Vermont and you move to New Hampshire, you have to get a new driver's license. Will this bill cover something like that?
No.
Okay.
Driver's licenses are not considered professional licenses.
Okay. I also have another
Follow
question,
up?
if that's okay. I moved from Missouri to New Hampshire a few years ago. I had a real estate license in Missouri, a broker's license. I could not, or I would have had to take classes again in order to get a New Hampshire one. Same thing with a teaching certificate. I had to take classes. Will this cover that gap?
Thank you for the question, Representative. As I stated in my bill introduction, I do acknowledge that there are some licensed professions that we need perhaps to consider more, and real estate was one of them. So I would be willing to work with whomever, OPLC, et cetera, to address that if needed and work on an amendment.
Yes. Representative Smith, you may not have been aware, but New Hampshire has some really bizarre land ownership laws and the deeds, and anyone coming in as a real estate licensee would need to get training and pass a test on New Hampshire specific laws. But other than that, your license is good for the general knowledge, but not the New Hampshire specific knowledge. Representative Manchaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Do you have any idea how many licensing fields this is going to have an effect? Licensed professionals that this bill would change?
Thank you, Representative. That's a very good question. So to be clear, this bill would only affect professions that are licensed. So for example, if there's a profession that's a person that's coming from another state and they don't have a license, but New Hampshire licenses that profession, this bill would not apply to them and they would not be able to obtain a New Hampshire license because they didn't hold a current active valid license from out of state.
And I would mention that that Director Courtney would be the best person to answer the numbers questions because she's got that data.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Do you
Representative
anticipate this going to subcommittee? And if so, I was going to say that the exceptions could maybe be brought up and worked out there.
That it is in fact going to go to subcommittee. Surprise, it is your subcommittee. So yes, and I think specific exemptions would be best covered in in subcommittee.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Representative Gould?
I have a follow-up question on international licensings, but is that best left for,
I think so, yes. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much, Representative Power.
Thank you.
Director Courtney? Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Corney, Executive Director, OPLC. So just want to make clear that the office is not taking an official position on this bill. Did want to offer a few comments, and I'm, of course, happy to answer any of your questions regarding what we're doing now or regarding how we would implement this bill as proposed. So I think it's important to understand that the whole concept regarding portability or an endorsement is based on an understanding that you're comparing apples to apples. And when we start talking about removing requirement that we do that comparison, you could get into a situation where you're comparing apples to oranges, in the sense that the license that is coming, or the person with the license coming from another state, doesn't actually have the same license because they didn't undertake the same education, training, and experience. And I think you've recognized, or Representative Power has recognized, that there are several notable exceptions to this, naturopaths being one of them. In our state, you need a doctorate level degree, you're authorized to prescribe controlled drugs. In other states, you need a 2-week webinar. And so under this proposed language, somebody with a 2-week webinar could come in and get licensed and prescribe controlled drugs. That's really not consistent with the concept of portability. The other issue that I think is less obvious relates to the fact that many states license the same professions but call them different things. We see that in the context of the mental health field in particular. They're very much in favor of the acronyms, and I struggle to keep up with the different acronyms. But essentially, for example, in the field of alcohol and drug use counseling, many states refer to what our license type is as a licensed alcohol and drug use counselor as something completely different. And you're not going to know whether or not that person coming in should be licensed under this language unless you do the comparison. You're going to have to do the comparison in certain fields. So we fully support portability, absolutely. And I would say that the legislative initiatives that were spearheaded and supported by Governor Sununu last session regarding HB 594 in particular, we have made great inroads in terms of streamlining the process. For those professions that we've implemented RSA 310:17 for, we're down to 24 hours or less in terms of issuing a license. It's pretty streamlined. But I would just say that I think that the committee should probably consider the purpose of portability. It will always require some sort of analysis and some sort of comparison between other states. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Representative Lekas and then Manjaputi.
Thank you. So I guess the question is, you said there's going to have to be some comparison. So the question is, to do as much in the way of reciprocity as possible, but to deal with the situations you raised, are there changes to current statute that would help that along, but still allow the comparisons that you feel are necessary?
I think the legislature really struck the right balance last session, because if you recall that with a substantially similar language, because if you look in 332G, which is the predecessor to RSA 330:17, it spoke of substantial equivalency. And the challenge with that is it was frequently interpreted as actual equivalency, to the point where people who are coming from other states that didn't require, a photo to be submitted with the application were getting denied. I mean, that's just totally absurd. So by changing the language to substantially similar, I think that that really did strike the right balance because it contemplates that the core requirements have to be satisfied. And if you look at the interim rules that the office has adopted, as well as the rules that we just filed, you will see that we are comparing apples to apples, but we are allowing folks to come in from other jurisdictions that have different requirements, but that are similar, that we feel are meeting both the education and experience that is necessary in order to be minimally competent in our state. And the other thing to understand too is that every state has, their own authority regarding scope of practice. So it could be that, as I brought up with naturopaths, the webinar is perfectly fine for whatever naturopaths do in that particular state because they have a different scope of practice. And so when we're looking at competency, we're looking at competency for our scope of practice. And modifying scope of practice in the future to address minimum competency could have a different impact on workforce and access to care. So to answer your short question, or your question, I think that really last year we struck the right balance with a substantially similar language.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Representative Mangiapudi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How many licensed fields would this affect, depending on how sweeping it can be?
Sure. We have over 200 license types. That's not including temporary license types. When you factor those in, I mean, there's a lot more, but over 200 license types.
Follow up?
Thank you. And this also impacts the public safety service to our Granite Staters, correct? All licensing.
Certainly, because the purpose of licensing is to protect the public. So you need to ensure, as Representative Power mentioned, that you're establishing minimum qualifications. It's not to promote the professional, it's to protect the public through minimum qualifications.
Thank you.
Representative Goldie?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So the language we worked out last year in here is working currently the way you're doing things. If we
Yes.
went to try and change the language like that is here, we would have to start going through individual licensing to see who would fit better to compare the apples to apples and the versus apples to oranges. Whereas if we leave a standardized language for all licensing would make it much easier on you, making sure that they're considerably the same when they're coming from state to state for licensing here in New Hampshire.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. There are in barbering, for example, a lot of states actually, New Hampshire is ahead of the game, right? Because we've split up the licensure requirements. So we have both a barber and a master barber requirement. I think our barbers, I don't want to misspeak, but it's somewhere in the 750 hours range is what is required. And then we have a master barber course. So a lot of states only have one barber license, but they actually have the requirement, their education and training is at our master barber level. So under this, as proposed, certainly I could issue them a barber license, but that's not what they were trained to do. But I'm not going to know that until I open up that state's statutes and rules to understand that they were actually trained to be a master barber and we should be issuing the master barber license. So I think either under this language or the other language, in order to really do the licensee justice, you have to look at what the requirements are. I don't know if that answers your question.
Follow up?
It does. And so I'm just trying to get to that the language we use currently for all licensing with this that is
Yes.
currently in statute is more beneficial for encompassing all licensing versus trying to figure out where we should remove it from.
Yes, and the other thing that I would say is the current statute requires us to consult with the boards. And while I don't think that always has to be a statutory requirement for my own practice, I'm obviously not always going to be here. I think there's a benefit to having that in statute. And I'll bring up an example. Marriage and family therapists, if you just look at So in our state, they're required to have 3,000 hours of postgraduate experience. In their rules, they have to have 1,000 hours of direct client contact. So if you just look at our statute, and you do an analysis, you're like, okay, well, the statute only speaks to experience, the postgraduate experience. It doesn't speak to the type of experience. So if you just look at our statute, you may say that, maybe like 2,500 is sufficiently comparable. But the problem is a lot of states don't impose postgraduate experience. They impose requirements only for direct patient contact. And I found that working with the board was really helpful to understand, how many hours of direct patient contact are equal to total experience. Because if I didn't have that expertise, we would have excluded like 30 states, which is something we don't want to do. And so I think having that requirement in statute is also really helpful, and it fosters that collaborative working relationship.
Thank you. Representative Gould and then Lekes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And I know this is going to subcommittee and we can discuss things in more detail then, but my question is there currently any path for you, your office, and the boards to look at international I'm not going to be able to say that word. Reciprocity. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that word.
Yes, actually, in the rules that we just filed, we have a hearing on March 7th. Hopefully, we'll make it in time for the April jail card date. But in the rules we just filed, we contemplate a scenario for international or foreign trained licensees. And what we've proposed is that they are required to go to a recognized third party to have their credentials and their education evaluated. It's a process that we already use in other license types, physical therapy, board of medicine. And essentially that third party says, yes, this is what they got in Sweden. This is what is required in Sweden. This, and this is how this compares to our requirements. And then we would be able to do the analysis of whether or not, that jurisdiction has sufficiently similar requirements. So we are proposing that. Obviously that's in the initial draft. I don't know what will happen, but.
Follow up.
So if that passes, as I read through this, I didn't see anything that defined the other jurisdictions as having to be the United States. Would that also make this apply to international rules as you develop them?
I think it's open to interpretation as to what the term jurisdiction means. And we've taken the position in our rules filing, that jurisdiction is anywhere. It's not limited to a U.S. jurisdiction. I don't know that that was the intent. That's what just the plain language, jurisdiction is jurisdiction.
Okay. Representative Lekes and then Grote.
Thank you. I understand your concern about just plain removing the substantially similar because you might need to do some analysis. But my concern and the reason I'm interested in this is that, and maybe you can help me with this, is that substantially similar to me is a very kind of vague, not well-defined term. And while I might think that your views on it currently might be reasonable, as you said, you're not going to be there in the future. So is there anything that puts boundaries or real meaning on what substantially similar means and would provide, guidance or boundaries to how someone else might interpret it in the future?
On the actual phrase substantially similar, no. I would say that our rules have addressed what we think is substantially similar. If you look at some of the audit reports from CLEAR, the Council on Licensing, Enforcement, and Regulation, they've always suggested like the 70% mark, which is what I say to boards. Look at the 70% mark. The other thing that we're looking at, and some boards have wanted to incorporate, is, okay, so let's say the state has a requirement of 1,000 hours. We have 2,000, but this person has been practicing for 30 years. I mean, is there a mechanism for us to say that experience should count toward that requirement? We've interpreted the statute as allowing for that. I'm not sure that it's explicit. So if you're considering a statutory change, that might be something to take into consideration.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Yeah, I mean, that's a concern I've had with substantially similar all along. And, you know, if you have some language that might replace substantially similar rather than completely removing it, but might, you think, allow you to do a better job, not right now necessarily, but I'd be interested in seeing it. Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Grota?
So last year we dealt with this issue because we felt that there was some unmeasurable conditions to licensure, such as essay exams.
Right.
Essay. We removed those. So we have tried to, which should help with the definition of substantially similar. Can you comment on that, please?
Yes. So most boards had an endorsement process, but I would say it was not true endorsement. So I'll give you an example. One of our license types, in order to, to get a license initially, you have to do an exam, you have to have a supervisor, you have to have an internship, you have to have somebody sign off. So the endorsement process was you have to do all of that and show us proof that you are licensed in another state. So that's not true endorsement. Endorsement is show us you have a license in another state and we issue a license. So 594 really addressed that issue. It got rid of those types of processes where somebody has to do everything plus show that that they're licensed in another state. And I think it's been very successful for the license types that we've implemented. On day one of implementation of our interim rules, we were able to issue 70 physician licenses who had just been hanging out forever because they were waiting on letters of reference. And that to me is silly. But in any event, it's been very effective. You don't need letters of reference anymore. We just need to know that you're licensed in good standing in another state.
Okay. Representative Gerhardt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this addresses an issue that was brought to my attention by a tattoo shop owner, and I just want to know if this would help fix the situation where, unlike other licenses where there's a standard test, RSA 314A3, the apprenticeship for tattooists, last sentence, a person shall remain an apprentice for at least 1 year and until the supervising licensee attests that the apprentice is qualified to become licensed.
Yeah.
So it's my understanding that there are certain tattooists that are basically holding the apprentice's license ransom until a certain sum is paid. Would this help alleviate that?
This bill, I don't know more than anything else. That I am aware of that issue. There is a problem with the statute generally, I think, and we have taken enforcement actions when it has come to our attention regarding that. I would say that body art was included in the interim rules specifically because we require an apprenticeship of in New Hampshire, even if you're licensed in another state, which is crazy. And so we were able to address the overall issue of portability with body art through the 594. Many states do not license body artists at the personal level. They only license the establishments, and it's actually done through local departments of public health. And so that's another issue, comparing apples to oranges. You want to make sure you're looking at those requirements. But I would say that's a separate enforcement issue of somebody basically utilizing their position of authority to, outside of what they're supposed to be doing.
Thank you. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So if I interpret this correctly, if a person comes from a state that has a lesser requirement for a license and this passes, they can come here. Those that are here in the state still have a greater requirement to get that same license.
Yes, I would say the distinction is not necessarily where they reside, it's where they're initially licensed.
Yeah.
So if they don't have a license and they're going through yes, correct.
Okay, and a follow-up, if I might. And based on what I heard last week in testimony, would it be your opinion that there will be pushback from those that already have licenses on this philosophically?
Representative Brown, the
Thank you.
people here to testify on this bill are example of such pushback.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a simpler question.
Sure.
I know you have interim rules on defining what is substantially similar. How many, for how many professions have you issued those rules?
I believe it's 13. I want to go back and count, but I believe it's 13. And what we did is we prioritized the ones that we thought would have the greatest impact. That's why I picked body art. You know, most people are like, they don't have a portability issue. They absolutely do. You know, some in healthcare, we also prioritized electricians. And it pretty much lined up with what their portability was previously, but we streamlined the process.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
All right. The realtors, Sarah Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Sarah Holland. I am a real estate licensee and a licensed real estate instructor. And I am here on behalf of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors as the vice chair of their public policy committee. We do appreciate the sponsor's statement relative to real estate licensing, though we oppose the bill as written. This is a consumer protection issue. We currently have a low barrier to entry in the existing recognition process, where we recognize that a real estate professional in a different state has gone through the basic education and the national portion to prove that they have that basic knowledge. What we're asking for in the recognition process is that they share their knowledge of or get tested on their knowledge of New Hampshire specific laws. So that looks like a 40-question exam where no education is required. They just have to know the information, a background check, and a licensing fee. Our neighboring states utilize the same process because it just makes sense. Once you cross borders, everything changes. In regards to escrow accounts, disclosure requirements, mandated disclosures, environmental regulations, zoning laws, private wells, septics, even the process of submitting an offer and accepting an offer can be very different across borders. I am licensed in both New Hampshire and Vermont, and previously licensed in Massachusetts and Connecticut, and I am thankful that I had to go through this recognition process and take that basic knowledge exam to be able to share that I knew what I was doing when I crossed those borders. As a licensed real estate educator, I can attest to, relative to the barrier to entry for recognition, our process is incredibly fast in New Hampshire. The application and the testing process is fast, and it's often months faster than our neighboring states, as told to me by our students that are testing in those areas. Okay, so to summarize our opposition to this bill provides benefit to prospective out-of-state agents only. It does not benefit the consumer by requiring even the basic knowledge of New Hampshire's rules and regulations, resulting in great legal and financial exposure to those consumers. Our current recognition process is working. It's efficient and effective. And as Director Courtney has stated in previous testimony on previous bills that we have opposed, that New Hampshire is not substantially similar to any of our neighboring states. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've heard it's going to a subcommittee. Will you be available for the subcommittee?
Happy to.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Rancourt?
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm a licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire. And I'm here to testify on behalf of House Bill 1272. We're passing around a handout, but we want to state that, begin with, we welcome reciprocity. We actually have reciprocity with over 21 states or somewhere around that number right now. We've reached out long before this even became an issue. So we're all for trying to get reciprocity, but we think it should be fair and balanced in order to do it. We oppose the bill as written, and I can start as I pass that around. We spent a lot of time in the last couple of years with OPLC bills coming in and trying to make sure that we're changing the laws and fixing the rules so that everything is objective and not subjective. And by taking this out, you kind of leave the entire bill as subjective to the OPLC and the executive director at the time. So objectivity is something that we feel is important. If we're going to continue to do that through everything else in the rules and OPLC and all the other requirements, why aren't we doing it here? As far as our concerns, the executive director concerns, not specifically with one that we have now, but just in general, that because this position is an appointed position and it will change over time, that person may have different views and decide what similar, substantially equivalent is. We don't really want to have that roller coaster, I don't think, back and forth to that. We should really work on trying to just clarify substantially equivalent, I think. The institutional knowledge, as the director spoke, is with the boards is huge. Some of these boards and people within these boards have been around for years and experienced a lot, and that's important for public safety as well in the state, which is why these boards were originally formed way back, for public safety. So we don't want to lose that. And that was the last comment as far as the concern, not losing that for substantially equivalent. I think that what would probably be best, and I apologize, I've taken a lot of notes as testimony, so they're, is finding, I think what would fix it all, to be honest with you, is just finding a minimum standard for substantially equivalent. And it really isn't that hard to define. Okay, you pick a percentage, whatever that percentage is, of whatever your particular laws are right now. And you say, okay, substantially equivalent, let's just say, is 90%. Or if you don't have all the paperwork and all the information, if you can't produce your schooling paperwork and things like that. I've been doing this for 30 plus years, and not to give away how old, but I couldn't find my school paperwork probably if somebody asked me to prove that. So you pick a standard, you pick a percentage, and then you adjust that percentage based on OJT experience, how long they've been licensed. Now, defining those needs to be worked out, whether you say, after 5 years, you only need 70%, or after 10 years, you need 60%, because again, that work experience means something. So you could define that fairly simply with something to that effect, something like that. The other thing too is you could solve this very easily by simply saying, after a minimum amount of time license, you can take a test, and if you pass, you get it. It eliminates all of this. We all had to pass a test to get licensed in the state, so it's a simple way to fix it. We have to go to another state. We have to test if they're not reciprocating with us. So you don't have to worry about who determines substantially equivalent if they pass the test, right? And say they've been licensed for 2 to 5 years, something like that. So there's many, this represents over 54 to 60 boards. I know it's changed over time, over 177,000 licenses. This is a huge impact, and I think it's important that we try to find the right fix for it. And I think that keeping it objective and defining substantially equivalent is really what is going to have the biggest impact.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Blackus.
Thank you. I understand what you're getting at, and it's having people take the test if they're moving from one state to the other may seem reasonable. But if it's reasonable for them, if they've been practicing for 20 years and they have to take the test to get the license here, I mean, is it also reasonable to say that people who are currently licensed need to take the test again every 10 years or whatever to maintain license? I mean, would you support that as well?
Well, the difference is they went through most of them probably, obviously depends how long they've been licensed, went through the requirements here in the state to get it. Whereas we don't really know out of state, take an instance, I think Colorado has half the amount of hours schooling wise that we have. So, I mean, that's important. I mean, you'd want to know that. So I'm just offering the licensing part as an option, not just the only one. Like that could be an option.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ankar. Michael Harrison with the mechanical licensing. Do you mind if Mr. Trombley joins you? Okay, thank you. There,
Yeah, I have to leave for a second. Diane's been.
thank you. Good luck. Since these boards are, professions are intertwined, I figured you'd be able to speak together.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Bill Trombley, and I am the owner of Bill Trombley Plumbing Heating in Manchester, New Hampshire. And I'm here to representing the Gas Fitters Association, and we're opposed to this language in the bill. One of the things that kind of want to bring out is with the trades, the education is different from state to state. And some of the other professional licenses, maybe in the nursing and dental, you know, they're going to college. There's some standards in that throughout the national. And plumbing and gas fitting, there is no real national standard on the training and on the education. The states and sometimes the cities get to pick to choose what how they're gonna train their technicians. In New Hampshire, our gas license is kind of unique. That is something that a lot of states and counties do not have a separate gas license per se. Sometimes their plumbing license will cover their gas license. And in a lot of states, there is no such thing as licensing. There is no plumbing license. There is no gas license. New York, there is no state plumbing license. There's city licenses and stuff like that. So there's a lot of states that there is no license, and I understand that this bill says it has to have the license. I wasn't as thorough as Mr. Rancourt was. I didn't have copies for everybody, but just kind of give you an example. I handed out minutes from the Maine Plumbing Board that I applied for my Maine plumbing license. Now, I've been licensed in the state of New Hampshire since 1985 as an apprentice. I had my master plumbing license by 1990. I've installed thousands of plumbing in houses and gas furnaces. I've been in the business for a ton of years, okay, and I've been on many code boards and everything else like that. And I was denied my Maine plumbing license because their code is different from our code. So they have in their language similar equivalent, and they did not believe that New Hampshire laws or New Hampshire training was similar equivalent to their training and laws. Over here in New Hampshire, we go to school as a plumber for 4 years. Maine, it's 2 years. Massachusetts, it's 5 years. Vermont, it's 4 years. It's all over the place. Okay? So Maine uses a different code than New Hampshire. Massachusetts uses a different code than New Hampshire. Vermont is on the same code that we are. They might be on a different year, but they're on the same code. So right now, the way it's working is if you have a license, or I should say the way it was working, if you have a license, they're testing. So you come in, you have a journeyman's license from Massachusetts, they take a test. That's in with the codes of New Hampshire, and also it covers the laws of New Hampshire also. If I go to Massachusetts, I have to do the same thing. I have to take a test. And obviously now you can see if I want my Maine license, I will have to take a Maine test in order to pass their test. Even though I went to a 4-year apprentice program and there is a 2-year apprentice program. Okay. So what could happen, especially on the plumbing side, you know, people from New Hampshire could go to Maine, get their license in 2 years, and then if you don't have that testing scenario, they can come to New Hampshire and get their license in 2 years, where maybe somebody that lives on the west side or north New Hampshire is not going to travel all the way over to Maine to get their license in 2 years. So right now, the way it's working for the plumbing license and the gas license, where they show up, they're showing that they have the equivalent education, they get to take the tests. And if they pass the test, they get their license. So Representative, to answer your question to Steve was, what happens if in 10 years you get your license, should you take a test? Well, once you get your license, you have to go to continuing education. So we're going to continuing education every year. And if that person gets their license in New Hampshire, they're going to have to go to continuing education that New Hampshire approves anyways. So the reciprocity, you all know, New Hampshire is given something and the other state is given something. That's not the case in plumbing or gas. I can't go to New Hampshire and get my license. And I mean, I can't go to Massachusetts and get my license just because I have a license in New Hampshire. It will never happen if this passes. I'm not quite sure why. Plumbers are a little stubborn. They think every state believes that their plumbing does something special. But the reciprocity has been very, very, very tough to get with the New England states. So with the Gas Fitters Association, we believe that there should be some type of testing mechanism that is involved in there. So I thank you for your time.
Mr. Harrington?
Good morning. Thank you to the committee, Madam Chairman. I'll keep it brief. I have a statement here on behalf of the Mechanical Licensing Board. My name is Michael Harrison. I'm a member of that board. I'm a master plumber in New Hampshire, as well as a certified gas fitter. I'm also a master plumber in Massachusetts, and I'm the sponsor for the apprenticeship program at Oliver Mechanical in Manchester, New Hampshire. So I believe that I'm well placed to answer any questions that you may have. Allowing out-of-state licensees to reciprocate in New Hampshire without them having to be substantially similar to ours undermines public safety. As an example, there are many states across the country that do not take the responsibility of providing heating and plumbing services to their citizens as seriously as ours. One being our neighbors in Vermont, who do not require on-the-job training prior to the issuance of licensure to install gas-fired appliances. Instead, they rely on the legal system to police this after the public has been harmed. The Mechanical Licensing and Safety Board asks that New Hampshire not jeopardize the citizens of New Hampshire by allowing professional licensure to be eroded by the legislative process. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Representative Rhoda?
Could I please have a copy of what you were reading from, if possible, for our files? Were you reading from? Oh, you were reading from your phone. I apologize. Okay.
Apologies,
If you could email it.
I can't. Yeah.
We'll just take a copy. Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I would one of you, or one or both of you, be willing to work with the subcommittee? Because I think it's a real concern.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. All right. Drew Klein?
Madam Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Drew Klein, President of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. Thank you for having me. I did submit written comment, so I won't take up a lot of time. You can read what we submitted, but I just wanted to point out that in the last decade, so from 2013 to 2023, 21 states have switched to universal license reciprocity laws. They've adopted these laws. So New Hampshire, when it adopted its law last year, was not at the vanguard of some movement. We were way behind this movement to recognize out-of-state licenses, although we're the first state in New England to do it. But one thing that you'll notice in these laws is that out of those 21, only 9 have that requirement that we have for substantially similar license requirements among states. And in fact, the experience has been we've seen no states go backwards and add that language in this last decade, but we have seen states that initially had it go back and take it out. Missouri and New Mexico, I think, were the two states who did that. And they did it because they were seeing that it was causing problems. We do not have evidence from research that having really stringent occupational licensing laws, and when we have these variations in state laws, that creates big variations in public safety, public health protections. That's just not the case based on studies we've been able to see of these laws. But what we have seen is big variations in economic growth, access, and employment. So you see substantial depressing effects on employment from occupational licensing laws that are strict. New Hampshire has a pretty serious labor shortage. One of the reasons for passing the law last year was to help with that labor shortage. Striking this language to do that. I'd like to address some of the comments that have been said before really quickly. It is in fact not easy, as it was suggested earlier, to simply define substantially similar. I'll give you a couple of examples. Cosmetology. New Hampshire is way out of line with the national norm on cosmetology training hours. We require 1,500 hours of cosmetology training. The Beauty Association nationally doesn't recommend that many hours. Massachusetts requires only 1,000 hours. So if you were to imagine that you can concoct some percentage, 90% was suggested, of hours of training or hours of apprenticeships, well, under that standard, no cosmetologist licensed in Massachusetts could get a license in New Hampshire under reciprocity laws because their hours of training are 33% lower than ours. Barbering is another example. New Hampshire requires, I think, 800 hours of training for barbers. New York State requires 291 hours. Those are not substantially similar if you were to apply some, percentage metric that might sound good. But no one here, I think, would suggest that Ryan Seacrest is getting bad haircuts in New York City because their barbers only have fewer than 300 hours of training. So it's not as easy as it would seem to come up with a substantially similar test. If you were to start to try to base it on percentages and numbers, it is in fact quite subjective the way we have it in law now. We happen to have a really fabulous director of OPLC, and I mean that seriously, who does great work trying to figure all this stuff out, but you can't rely on that forever, right? And so it is pretty subjective. The problem with trying to make it more objective is then you get into these metrics that don't necessarily match up. So if we have a 33% difference in hours of training in the classroom, how do you decide what is substantially similar to that if you have different hours of apprenticeships or on-the-job training? It gets very complicated very quickly, which is why most of the states that have gone to universal licensing laws in the last decade don't have this language in the laws. And a couple of them that did have pulled it back because it actually is not, they have found, really doing a great job to protect public health and safety, but it is harming employment and causing mobility problems for their states. So I will leave it at that and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Lekis, and then Grota.
Thank you. So, I mean, a number of issues have been raised around removing substantially similar. Some of them are around what are the licensing differences in licensing requirements, but others that have been raised are differences in the scope of practice between, what somebody with some title can do in New Hampshire versus, or license can do in New Hampshire versus another state. What I'm wondering is, the states have done this more, they don't have the language substantially similar. What do they do and how do they deal with those sorts of issues?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't gotten down into the language of the laws in every one of those 21 states, so I don't know that I could speak broadly on that. But obviously, you have to address the scope of practice, right? I mean, that's just something that has to be addressed in the law. Maybe there's a way to look at it and look at what the other states have done to address that issue. I mean, because that is a legit issue. And then obviously with the real estate is a great example. If there are specific laws that we have that are very different for New Hampshire. So for just to give another example, right? Barbering is barbering. It doesn't matter if you're cutting somebody's hair in California or Florida or New York. That's different than real estate because the actual laws about land use and everything. So you can see a couple of things where you might want to carve out a profession. The law, for example, right? That would be another one where you might say, okay, that one will have something. But for most occupations, the training, what we found in looking at the training requirements is you will occasionally find pretty big gaps, like the hours gaps or on-the-job training gaps. But what we've seen in the last couple of decades is states are kind of coming together organically into a lot more, a lot closer training requirements. We're not there yet. So, and that's part of the problem with the substantially similar language. It takes time for these things to happen. But for basic professions that are the same from state to state to state, you're starting to see that they are kind of gravitating towards, sort of a ballpark of fairly widely accepted standards.
Follow up? Okay, so on the, have these states just plain, remove substantially similar, which you said, do they have, if you have a license that's more or less covers the same area in another state, that you automatically get a license in their state. So it's just straight, kind of reciprocity is the wrong word. It's licensed by endorsement.
Correct.
Do they have any other caveats, requirements, or whatever?
Again, I wouldn't want to answer that question without going through every single state law. But to the suggestion that a good path would be reciprocity, which would really mean we only grant a license from a state if that state grants a license from New Hampshire, that would actually be going backwards for New Hampshire. That would be economically very negative, right? So right now we're saying if you have a license in another state, you can come here if as long as it's substantially similar. We do not want to go backwards and say, wait a minute, you have to recognize a New Hampshire license too. That would actually make it harder for us to recruit employees into New Hampshire. So we wouldn't want to go that way.
Thank you.
Thank you. In your testimony to us, you said that there is data that will demonstrate that licensing in New Hampshire or they've removed this has expanded job opportunities. Where is that data?
I would be happy to send you reams of academic info showing that.
Please do.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy, jbartlett.org. We have some of that stuff on our website. You have a gentleman here in the room whose organization has done some of the best work in the country on looking at those laws and the effects of them. And they actually have, to answer a previous question you had for a previous caller, we do have, previous guest, we do have lists of state requirements. It's not for all 200 occupations, but for a lot of them, you can actually see what each state requires, hours, tests, that kind of thing. So
Okay,
that's
thank you.
there.
We'd
Sure.
love to see that.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Representative Schmidt and then Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you provide us a list of the 21 states you referenced earlier?
Absolutely. I'll send you a link to that. It was done by a think tank in Washington called the Archbridge Institute. They looked back at that. I can get you that study.
Thank you.
Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my
Sure.
question. Recently, when I was doing some research for another bill, excuse me, there was a report done about a dozen years ago, a national report. Sorry, I get a tickle right when
It always happens when you're starting to talk, doesn't it?
Madam Chair, I'll have to pass.
Okay. Representative Goley and then Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You stated earlier, just briefly a few minutes ago, about reciprocity and reciprocity is going backwards.
Yeah.
Could you then explain where a number of licenses are starting to enter compacts?
Mm.
Is that going backwards as well?
Based on our current law, I think that would go backwards, right? So if we already are accepting licenses from every other state, why would we require that state to accept our license if we're already getting the benefits of having those people move here? I mean, in general, compacts are fine, but we have a pretty good law that already allows us to take people from other states.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on Representative Grota, I believe it may be the same thing. Can you provide any links for studies? I believe you said that studies show there really isn't an impact on public safety in the varying differences between licenses.
Yeah, none that I've seen, and I'll be happy to get you some stuff that we have on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Gould, if you've recovered.
Yes, I have. Thank you, Madam Chair. So recently, when I was doing some research for another bill, I discovered a report that was done about a dozen years ago. It was a federal report on licensing, and it was written specifically to legislators in all the various states, comparing legislation across states. Are you familiar with that report? Does that ring a bell?
Federal government's done quite a few things during the Obama administration.
Yeah.
The Obama administration, I think we have that linked on our website. They underwent a very aggressive effort to get states to roll back their licensing
Yes.
requirements because the Obama administration found that these big differences in licensing requirements were causing a lot of income inequality and a lack of mobility.
Right.
The Federal Trade Commission in 2018 also, which I quoted in my written testimony, has been aggressively pushing for lowering barriers to cross-state licensed transportation.
And so you follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up?
And so my question was, in response to some of that work, that research, do you think that that's been driving some of the changes you were talking about where
Oh,
states are
yeah.
becoming more standard?
No, thank you. That's a great question. Yeah, so the Biden administration, the Obama administration, and the Trump administration, I mean, this is a very bipartisan thing. They have all pushed lowering license requirements at the state level and advancing reciprocity. And they've done that mostly because the FTC's own work, some federal government work, but a lot of academic research done on this across the country at various universities has found remarkably similar effects from licensing laws that reduce mobility, reduce employment, pretty negative economic effects. So the economic research on this is quite strong.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so what I recall from those reports is that New Hampshire ranked pretty low in terms of overall demands for licensing on the citizenry, percentage-wise, and back then, at that
Yeah.
time. And so even though we have higher requirements for some of our professions, I hope we can keep our overall numbers low.
I think there's a gentleman in the room that could put us better pegged currently in where we stand national ranking wise.
Okay.
Uh,
Other questions?
This is for the
Representative
chair. He referenced sending things to us. I think on prior bills, people may have mentioned that things that I haven't seen in the email. Is there a mechanism if somebody submits online, the online testimony, for us to actually get it? How does that work?
That's an excellent question, Representative Lucas. I will research it and get back to you.
I submitted that shortly before coming here only because my printer stopped working. So that's why it was submitted online. But I can send you links and everything else.
If I could do a follow-up, yeah, you did not send it to the committee as email?
It went through the
Online.
meeting online portal, correct?
Thank you.
Yes. I will find out how to do that. And I have to apologize for not having found out earlier.
No, it was shortly before I got here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Charles Powell and Edward David from the Board of Accountancy. If you don't mind coming together, I imagine your issues are very similar.
That would be fine, Madam Chair. Thank you for hearing us.
You have to speak clearly into the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Of course, I'm here today to speak to you with regard to, I'm about to do that. Thank you. My name is Charles Powell. I'm a member of the Board of Accountancy, and I'm here to speak to you about HB 1272. That bill seeks to remove, as you know, the requirement of substantial equivalency for reciprocal licensing of CPAs in New Hampshire for accountants otherwise licensed in other jurisdictions. As an initial matter, I would echo many of the comments of Executive Director Courtney, and one comment in particular, and that is, you got this right last year, and please don't fix what ain't broken. On behalf of the Board of Accountancy, I have submitted a letter to you that expresses our concerns and opposition to this bill, as well as to HB 1676, which you're going to hear about here shortly this afternoon. These bills, especially 1676, have ultimately the purpose of the abolition of the board and the protections to commerce and the public interest by the board.
Excuse me, Mr. Powell. Please do not impugn the motives. You can speak to what the facts are, but please don't assume you know why somebody did something. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. I didn't mean any insult by that. I think that the effect of 1676 is plain. That's all I was referring to. Perhaps reading a couple of quotes from OPLC's website and from the board's authorizing statute, which is RSA 309B, will help illustrate why the Board of Accountancy opposes the legislation. OPLC's website states that the Board of Accountancy's mission is to ensure that applicants are qualified for licensure. The board sets standards for the profession by proposing statutes and adopting administrative rules, investigating complaints of unprofessional conduct, and taking disciplinary action against licensees when necessary to protect the public. And I emphasize to protect the public. End quote there. Similarly, RSA 309B2 provides as follows. It is the policy of the state of New Hampshire and the purpose of this chapter to promote the reliability of information that is used for guidance in financial transactions or for accounting. To promote the reliability of information that is used for guidance in financial transactions or for accounting for or assessing the financial status or performance of commercial, non-commercial, and governmental enterprises, end quote there. The policies endorsed by these references are as relevant today as they've always been. This is a serious and vital issue. The board, the requirements established by the board, and oversight by the board exist to ensure reliability of financial information and to protect the public, as stated by Executive Director Courtney earlier today. It also is intended to protect commerce within the state. They are not burdensome. They are necessary. That's the position of the Board of Accountancy. HB 1272 and other related legislation, such as HB 1676, we believe will diminish these protections by eliminating the requirements established by the board and ultimately by completely eliminating board oversight with regard to the qualifications and the conduct of persons and firms subject to regulation under New Hampshire law. This bill in particular and bills under current consideration eliminate the assurances provided by the Board of Oversight by removing the board's determination as to whether a proposed licensee from another state is an appropriate licensee in this state. The board does not believe that the proposed legislation will ensure that all potential licensees meet sufficient benchmarks to protect the public. It does not take into account the lack of consistency, for example, between jurisdictions, nor does it take into consideration the fact that the substantial equivalency requirement has not even been tested. This is the requirement that was established last year, has not even been tested as it is brand new, only having been recently enacted. We believe that at a minimum, the substantial equivalency requirement should be tried and tested before further alterations, amendments, or modifications are contemplated. We believe, therefore, that HB 1272 is misguided and should be rejected. Thank you for hearing me. I'll entertain any questions
you.
that the committee might have.
Your
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and rest of the committee members for giving me the opportunity to speak. This is my first time doing this, so I may not be as formal as some of the others. My name is Edward C. David. I'm a CPA, which stands for Certified Public Accountant. I live in Seabrook, and we request the Board of Ed. I am currently the chair of the Board of Accountancy as well, so I guess I should mention that. We did have an emergency meeting this morning to cover a couple of these House bills. And at that meeting, there was a vote taken that we come to you and ask for you to reject this bill. Reciprocity and mobility has been the key to the accounting profession for many, many years. Our exam, it's a national exam. It's an exam that is coordinated between the American Institute of CPAs and the National Association of State Board of Accountancy. This is not a different exam by state. Other parts are different. I'm going to give you a little family story, so I hope I do not bore you with the details. Again, my name is Ed David. 1986, I graduated from college. Within 3 years, I had passed the CPA exam. I had 3 years of experience. What did experience mean? It meant that I was preparing audits, reviewed level financial statements, compilations, corporate tax returns, partnership tax returns, individual tax returns, and trust tax returns. I had to specify to the state of New Hampshire the number of hours I had in each one of these categories. So my CPA certificate from the state of New Hampshire is dated June of 1989. So that's the Ed David story. Since then, for almost 38 years, which will be this May, I have been working in public accounting doing those same skills. My sister-in-law, Jean, I love her. 1980, she graduated from college. Then she went down to Texas A&M to get to work on her master's. While she was down there, she passed the CPA exam. Again, the exact same exam I took. Texas had no experience requirements. She became a CPA the day she passed her test. Her CPE that she takes, she gets credit for the classes she teaches as a professor. My sister-in-law, again, I love her. She has spent her entire career in academia and not once prepared an audited financial statement, a tax return, a review level financial statement. She hasn't done consulting with contractors and all the things that I have done over the past 38 years. So I would ask this board, are our two experiences the same? I have worked for 38 years ensuring our public interests, ensuring that the financial statements for our clients meet the qualifications and meet the banking standards. I have issued going concern reports, which tells the bank, this client is not doing so well. You probably should not be lending the money because our ethics required it, and I did it. And I question again with somebody who's been in academia her whole profession, whether she'd be able to. So last year, my brother and his wife moved. Virginia refused to grant her a CPA license due to the fact that her whole career was academia. So I humbly request that this committee rejects this proposed House bill, as in my opinion, it's going to diminish the protection of our public that we've been working with for so many years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you heard that this bill is going to the subcommittee?
Yes.
Are one or the other of you available for the subcommittee?
We can work that out between the two of us.
Actually, if I may address your question, the board has authorized any available member of our Board of Accountancy to attend, so someone will be there, yes.
That answers my question.
Excellent.
Thank you.
very much. Any other questions? Representative Shuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been trying to formulate a question. I will put this to you. I'm assuming that as members of the board, you folks use that language substantially similar to apply your practices to anybody applying in your collaboration with OPLC. Would that be a true statement?
It's a true statement, but we also have the assistance of the National Accounting State Board. They interlink between OPLC and the different states. So they provide us with the information as to the state rules. So for the most part, we're covered on that. My sister-in-law's issue, I don't think anybody would ever know it.
Thank you for that insight.
If I may add something to that, Madam Chair.
Please.
The substantial equivalency language is so new that we really have had little to no opportunity to really work with it at this point. So I anticipate that it would be a cooperative relationship and determinations made, but again, it is extremely new. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, except that I'm sure you have had applications from accountants from other states ever since the board was founded, and you made judgments one at a time if their experience was similar.
Yes, what has happened in that issue is the OPLC reviews the request, and when there are issues, they have brought them to our board to oversee to see if we can work out the issues. But OPLC has been dealing with that most
the last
often.
few years.
Yes.
The Board of Accountancy has been around for, I don't know, it's 50 years or 100 years, but you've been around a long time, and I'm sure you've had people moving to the state who want to be accountants.
Yes, what happens, they provide us with the information that is requested in the application, which is their CPA license from their initial state, their continuing professional education since the last 3 years. And they do provide letters from, I believe it's one client, one non-family member, and I forget who it may be two clients, but there's a couple of series of letters that they provide us.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
Lee McGrath?
Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Lee McGrath. I'm a senior legislative counsel for the Institute for Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to enthusiastically voice my support, my colleagues' support for HB 1272. I have just a couple of reasons for why you should support this bill, and given it your recommendation that it ought to pass. But more importantly, I want to respond to some of the questions that have been asked here, important questions. There are two main reasons, before getting to the questions, there are two main reasons for you to grab this issue. Occupational licensing is the biggest labor market issue in the state of New Hampshire. You own it. It should not be delegated to the executive branch. You should set the policy, because in New Hampshire, approximately 17% of all workers need a license to work. That is larger than the 10% of union members and larger than the 2% of New Hampshire workers who earn the minimum wage. This is the most important issue in labor markets today. And I agree with my friend, Drew Klein, that Miss Courtney is very talented and one of the best executive directors in the country. I put her up there with Vermont and Utah and Colorado. But you're the voice of the people. You have the democratic legitimacy, and you should not delegate your authority to Governor Sununu's administration for many reasons, including that Ms. Courtney may go on to other things. Secondly, you want to reduce burdens. You do not, you should like this bill because it sets a rule, and you may add to it in the subcommittee some exceptions, but don't let the exceptions drive the rule. The need, to a question about need, it was identified earlier that there are approximately 200 licenses in New Hampshire, and only 13 have some level of recognition or reciprocity. So let this bill be the rule, and then subsequently identify the exceptions for some of the idiosyncratic dynamics that exist in New Hampshire, like land surveying or archaic real estate laws. The second reason is well-identified mobility. You have a labor shortage that is well identified in this. But let me jump to the questions. Representative Grote, you wisely asked the question about burdens and how New Hampshire compares to other states. My colleagues at the Institute for Justice have looked at 102 low to medium skilled licenses, and New Hampshire has the 12th least burdensome licenses that we looked at. So one should not engage in the mythology that people from a low regulation state it's always pointed out, Mississippi, are unskilled should they move to New Hampshire. The reality is that the states that are less burdensome than New Hampshire are Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Texas, Kansas, Colorado, Minnesota, where I live, Montana, South Dakota, Vermont, and Wyoming. So you already are recognizing a lot of licenses. This bill codifies the reality that New Hampshire has a light touch when it comes to the burdens that it puts on low and medium skilled workers. Representative Mangaputi, you raised a very important question about consumer protection. And the evidence is clear in border studies where the NIES Center for Occupational Regulations out of West Virginia has looked at licenses in border states, and there is no evidence of that lower burdens cause more consumer complaints than higher burdens. The presence of a license is important. It has important signaling benefits to consumers. It is a vehicle for enforcement and someone losing their license. But the inherent difference is not all that great as it relates to added consumer protection. Representative O'Brien, you asked a question, I think, about
That's Representative Fitzpatrick. Representative O'Brien is not here today.
his proxy asked a question. Oh, sorry. Representative, well, if McGrath can't differentiate O'Brien and Fitzpatrick, we are lost. We are lost here. So I think you were the one, Representative Fitzpatrick, who asked about compact, about wanting other states to allow Granite Staters to come in their state as a prerequisite for your doing that. There is a compact movement, but it's a slow movement. The only real successful compact has been the nursing compact. And New Hampshire is one of 38 states that is a member of the nursing compact. It is working. The Department of Defense recently funded $10 million to look at 10 other compacts. Slow, slow, slow. And this should not be the principal way in which New Hampshire, or any other state for that matter, attempts to attract new employees, new workers, more competition, more consumer choices. And finally, Madam Chair, you have a model of success in that this is not new. It's not new to New Hampshire. And as Drew Klein suggested, that the majority of the 20 states that have introduced this do it as Representative Power is suggesting, without substantially equivalent that requirement. Arizona was the first. Now, there are many reasons to move to Arizona, but 9,000 people have moved to Arizona and gotten their licenses immediately recognized when they moved there. And most interesting, I think, for Granite Staters is that 38% of those were building contractors. So to the extent that you have a housing shortage, you should be particularly sensitive to reducing whatever barrier you can for those who build new houses. With that, Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions about the work of the Institute for Justice, any questions about what's happening in other states, or questions about CPAs or anything like that.
Thank you. There was one question earlier that you might have the answer to, and that is specific language from other states that have adopted this, and in particular, some of our thorny issues.
Yes. Don't let, Madam Chair, members, don't let the tail wag the dog. If you have certain idiosyncratic rules about real estate or land, make the person coming to New Hampshire pass that jurisprudential legal test. You can put that in. You can make that a requirement. And that, I think, is the subject matter of what the subcommittee might look at. Whereas, where do you want to add the additional requirement for a handful of licenses where New Hampshire is particularly idiosyncratic as it relates to law?
Thank you. Representative Lekis.
Thank you. Kind of on that subject, the other issue that was raised was differences in scope of practice between licenses in New Hampshire versus other states. I'm curious, on the 20 states that have done this, did they do anything to deal with that? And if so, how?
Madam Chair, Representative Lekis, no. What has been happening in the 20 states has mostly been on the credentialing side, the qualification side. It has been left up to the counterparts of Ms. Courtney and staffs like that to determine if it's apples and apples. So her comments earlier about apples and apples comparison are very relevant as it relates to scope of practice that comes in every once in a while in the medical professions, particularly with LPNs and others. But that there is such, except for a few, there is such standardization in scope of practice that there's been deference to agencies like yours.
Just a quick follow-up. So to make sure I understand, so in those cases where there is a a non-trivial difference in scope of practice. They just don't consider them equivalent, and they don't have reciprocity in those cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Regarding some of the statistics you gave us, you said that 17% of New Hampshire residents are licensed. Was that correct?
Yes.
And so my question is, comparing that nationwide, you then said we're the 12th least burdensome state, but that's
Yes.
a different.
That's a different issue.
And so can you tell us with a number like 17% for New Hampshire, how that compares nationwide?
It is, Madam Chair, Representative Gould, it is lower. On a national basis, approximately 20% of all Americans need a license to work. At 17%, New Hampshire is below that number. In our research, just looking at 102 low to medium licenses, New Hampshire, we consider the 41st best state in the nation, because New Hampshire only licenses, of these 102, 38, and the burden is light, a light touch, as I expressed. But don't pat yourself too hard on the back, because Vermont is better. Vermont has is the tied with Wyoming as the very best state, and so there's a culture in Vermont to be very skeptical about licenses, and to use them very infrequently, because they want people to be able to pursue their calling.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 1272? All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing. Representative Lacus will be scheduling the subcommittee meeting at his earliest convenience. And we will resume at 1:30 for our next bill.
Good afternoon. I guess I bang this and we start. And who's up?
You have the pink card right there. Tony Luck is here. The pink card right there.
Okay. Thank you. I was just going to see what we were doing. It would appear to be Representative Lekas.
Hello, thank you. I'm Representative Tony Lekas, for the record, representing the towns of Hudson and Litchfield. So I'm introducing House Bill 1676 to establish a sunset commission to evaluate the need for existence and changes for occupational licensing. And the basic idea, and first of all, not just from what we heard earlier today, but from email I've gotten and people who buttonholed me, you know, there seems to be the impression that the effect and maybe the intent of this bill is to get rid of licensing and get rid of all or particular licensing boards. And that is very far from the truth. That is not what is intended. And even if this were to become law, I would be very surprised if any boards are completely eliminated or any licenses. I mean, it might happen, but that's not the intent. It establishes a sunset commission, which is charged to review, evaluate the need for, performance of, and possible improvements to the boards and commissions under review and the proper type of laws and rules regulating occupations. I would say this is similar to the current situation where rules expire every 10 years. Because that forces a look again by the, whatever department has issued those rules, they have to look at them again and re-justify them. And then a review by the legislature through the Joint Legislative Committee on Rules. And this is basically the same thing. The question is, well, the purpose of occupational licensing is one and only one legitimate purpose, and that is to protect public health and safety. So the question, I mean, it's not to validate the value of a profession or anything like that. It's to protect the people of the state of New Hampshire. And so the question is the current structure of the licensing regime for a particular profession, is it still the best way to do that? It could be that there are situations where it could be better, do a better job of protecting health and safety of the public. Or there could be circumstances where there changes should be made to reduce the burden on the people being licensed and to allow it, make it easier for people to enter the profession, but still do a good job of protecting public health and safety. And the reason for the repeals is that it forces the commission to do that job, or at least hopefully does. It puts pressure on them to make sure they review each one of these boards and the licenses that they're under. If you look at the statute, it requires the commission to start looking and reviewing each one of those at least 1 year before they expire. And the reason they're done in chunks, not all at the same time, is, if all of them expired at once, that would just be too much of a gargantuan job for the commission to really do an effective job. And so the commission will be responsible for investigating the need for, performance of, and improvements to licensing statutes, administrative rules, and boards that are scheduled to sunset. And they're
Excuse me? Can you tell us where you are, Tony? What page you on?
Sorry, I'll do that.
you.
I'm on the first page, starting at line 22. Sorry. And it gets then further. There's some. It's part of the charge to the commission. What should they be doing, and what things should they consider? But it does not require that they, anything about the final action they're going to recommend. They could decide that everything's fine as it is, and, there'd be legislation which would basically just get rid of the repeal. We can't bind a future legislature. So if they decide everything's fine with this board, then they would just submit legislation that would repeal the repeal, and everything would stay the same. Okay. If we go down to line 26, the commission's analysis may include the law's effects and opportunities for workers, consumer choice, cost benefits, general unemployment, all sorts of other things. And there's it also doesn't require that they compare, how other states regulate the occupation, also looking at, scope and practice, not just what are the requirements to get a license, penalties that are imposed for violating it. They could look at, what is the process for dealing with complaints, maybe the investigation hearing process. They have a wide charge of looking at how, the board and OPLC are dealing with regulating that profession. Is it being done efficiently? Is it effectively protecting public health and safety? Could it be done better? And so it gets into here, on the page 2, line 4, it starts, the right of an individual to pursue a lawful occupation is a fundamental right. Where the commission finds it necessary to restrict that right, it shall recommend the least restrictive regulation to protect consumers from present, significant, and substantial harms by providers of the services. And it gets into, some of the options they can recommend, but it doesn't bind them to just one of these. It's just sort of guidance on what they, should be looking at or considering. And some things that, down at line 26, the report shall include its findings and recommendations to the legislature to enact legislation. Could repeal the occupational license. I would be surprised if that actually, completely get rid of it and just let the repeal go through. Could happen, but I'd be very surprised if any of them actually go away. Convert it into one of the less restrictive types of regulation. And there's various other options. And the last one is just make no change to the law. So, they're perfectly capable of doing that. So the repeals in the repeal section are there to basically force the commission to do something. There's been all too many commissions I've seen, and I'm sure we've all seen, that are given a charge and they effectively do nothing. Some have never met, but even ones that meet, maybe they generate some kind of a report, but they don't do anything they don't do what was intended. And it's possible that could happen here. I mean, the commission could just recommend everything should stay the same and legislation should be put in to repeal the repeal on all of these. I hope that's not the case. And this is to give a little push to actually take a serious look at how we're dealing with all these professions and how we're protecting the public. And that is the intent of this. And this, by the way, is another bill that came out of the governor's office working with OPLC and others, and I was asked to take it on. But this is one where I really believe this is a good idea, and this I had some in a redraft some significant changes, mainly to add more guidance to the commission on at least the things they should look at, but not demanding they do, other than they look at it, demand that they take any particular action. That will be up to the commission. And on page 3 at the top, it gets into commission also may comment on each licensing board's composition and the authority the law delegates to promulgate administrative rules, particularly rules relating to establishing, there's scope of practice and other things. So, they can also look at, is the current makeup of the board appropriate? Is it still the best way of doing things? Should there be some changes there? We've seen some bills to make those changes, but the commission then would be asked to look at it and review that and say, okay, is the membership still the best for overseeing the professions and protecting the public? And then the next part of it, starting at line 9 on page 3, are the repeals. And so it's done in groups. And that's, it's just repealing the RSAs related to it. But again, unless the commission does absolutely nothing and nobody puts any legislation to change it, I don't see these repeals actually happening. But it does put in a process that's going to require the commission do something, and hopefully to take a good, thorough, and effective review of how we're handling the regulation of these professions, and are we doing it in the best way, and should there be any changes made? And then I'm going to go to page 4, line 28, starting the effective dates. And so that just goes through and it does them, it sets the effective dates. So they're going to, when they're going to take effect. And it spreads it out from, 2025 is the first set and 2031 is the last. And then the remainder of this act takes effect upon passage. And that's the establishment of the commission. I mean, they can start their work as soon as that takes effect. They don't have to wait any particular time for any of them. But it does put that into place. I mean, there is a fiscal note. I would like to defer any questions on that to Executive Director Courtney, who would have the details on that. I don't. And that's basically it. And the key thing I understand why there was some confusion, and there are people who felt that the intent here, the whole goal of the bill is to get rid of occupational licensing. And that is absolutely not the case, but I understand why people felt that way. But it starts out with the establishment of the commission and says they have to start this work at least a year prior to any repeal. And that's all I have to say, and I'll be glad to answer questions.
Representative Broder.
Thank you. There'll also be a follow-up question. So in the composition of the commission, typically it says, for example, when the speaker appoints members, it typically mentions either some members from the majority party or some members from the minority party, and that's not here. Is there a reason for that?
The reason is it was drafted that way, and then I didn't catch it, and I would certainly be glad, and I think it's appropriate to amend it in that way, and I apologize for the oversight. That was not my intent.
Okay. Follow-up?
Yeah.
It also doesn't mention members of this committee, which are members who for many years have been involved with licensing. So I would encourage you to include that as well.
And again, I agree entirely with you. And, I looked at, when I was reviewing this, I didn't draft the initial thing. When I looked at it for changes, again, I didn't, I didn't end up taking a close enough look at that section, or I probably would have added those changes, and thank you for that recommendation.
Last question. Thank you. So in the analysis, the bill says the bill further repeals various occupational boards and commissions each year through 2031. Where does it say that this is dependent on the commission's finding in this document?
I didn't write the analysis, but in a sense, it's not. It is true that if the commission decided never to meet and never to do anything, and no legislator seeing that introduced a bill to repeal one or more of the repeals, I suppose, then yes, they would get repealed. But I cannot imagine that happening. I can imagine, I suppose, the commission not doing their job. But I can't imagine that if that were the case, that nobody would be putting in a bill to get rid of the repeals, because, there would be a hue and cry over it. And I wouldn't support, if the commission was that derelict, I wouldn't support necessarily leaving in all the repeals.
Okay, I have another question now, Blaine. One more. So if you don't support the repeal of these commissions based on the lack of activity from the commission, would you not put that in here?
No, it's not that I don't support or not support the repeals. I mean, that would be up to the commission. My concern would be if the commission chose never to meet and make a recommendation, then that'd be irresponsible on the people there. I hope members would get replaced. But the reason for leaving the repeals in here is to, provide some impetus to the commission actually doing something and actually taking a look at these. And I'm sure there would be plenty of people who would come into the commission to, make their arguments as to why, the licensing, maybe should stay the same, but also maybe why it should change. There was going to be someone here, from the, I can't speak from the pharmacy chair, actually the chair of the pharmacy board was going to come in and speak. Yeah, family emergency. He said he's going to send in written testimony. All I can say is he told me he was actually in support of this, but for the details, you'll have to hear from him.
Go again. So I'm sorry to be so persistent.
No, you're welcome.
Because
That's all.
you are a dear friend from Hudson over there.
I do not take these as an attack. It's fine.
No.
Go ahead.
But you're sort of talking from both sides of your mouth. You're saying the commissions don't do anything, and that's why we need to do this. And then you're saying, well, if the commission doesn't meet, then there's nothing to prevent these boards from being repealed. So in essence, you've sort of made your own case, have you not?
I disagree, and I take somewhat umbrage at saying I'm talking from both sides of my mouth. That isn't terribly friendly.
It's meant to be friendly.
Okay.
I tried really hard to find the friendliest words I could find.
I strongly disagree with that characterization of what I'm saying. It is intended to light a fire under the commission to take action. And again, partly my experience of seeing all too many commissions that haven't, if I just had a bill to create a commission to review all of the licensing boards, my expectation is not very high as to what would come out of that. Unfortunately, and that's based on experience. I mean, some commissions have done a great job, others less so. And while there's a number of outcomes that could come out of this, as I said, I don't expect the end result is going to be repealing all these licensing boards. But the reason the language in the repeal is in there, and I think is in there even though I don't expect them all to get repealed, is because it will cause, I hope, the commission to take a serious look at these. So I really don't believe I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, and I strongly object to that characterization.
And you have my sincere apologies.
Okay, thank you, accepted.
Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I've been watching Representative Dolan's committee on committees and commissions with interest, and I'm wondering does this bill have any correlation with the work that Representative Dolan's committee is doing on committees? and
Not that I'm
commissions?
aware of. I have not, I mean, I'm aware of that, what he's doing. I haven't followed it in detail, but I don't see that. I mean, it does create another commission, but they have a charge, over some number of years to do something.
And follow up? Thank you for that answer. As I said, I've been following it, and clearly there's been some, quite a bit of testimony that's come out that there are a number of committees and commissions that nobody even knows if they meet. There's never been any reports coming out of them. There's no documentation anything's happening. So I'm wondering if that, in your work in preparing the bill, Representative Lekis, did you find that there are any similarities to that scenario among, I see that this is limited only to the boards and commissions under the Office of Licensing, is that correct? Or that
Well,
are
it's the
involved in
spe- it-
licensing?
It's the specific ones that are listed in the repeal section.
Yeah, and that's all to do with licensing.
Right.
So I'm wondering if it was found that there are instances like that within the listed boards of, there's a question, are they even meeting? A lack of knowledge about what they're doing, that this bill could be a solution to. It would get people's attention to what are they doing?
I suppose, I mean, the duty of the commission is to look over, both the statute, the actual membership and activity of the board, and associated administrative rules that are, that exist for regulation. I suppose if they found that the thing's ineffective, they could decide anything from abolish it, changing the membership, or whatever they recommend. I mean, it might be effective to the extent it'd have somebody taking a look at it and then reporting on what they're doing. I don't know if there actually are existing licensing boards that are in that state, but.
One more. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. So in follow-up, I will say I've gotten a lot, as I've talked to my constituents and friends and colleagues about following the Committee on Commissions and Committees, I get a lot of chuckles about, yeah. And so to hear that we're going to have another Committee on Commissions, and we don't even know if that's dovetailing with the existing one, makes me wonder.
What I would say is this really is not a general committee dealing with commissions. That it's dealing with the licensing, and also I expect this would become a very high profile one. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interest in it, and I think that makes it less likely that it's going to not meet and not do anything. And also kind of a follow up on the question about the repeals. Worst case, the commission doesn't do anything. I cannot, the reason I'm saying I don't see, even in that case, I don't see the repeals actually taking effect is, given all the people that are licensed or have an interest in licensing, I cannot imagine that you're not going to have somebody get some representative or senator to put in a bill to make the repeals not happen if the commission were derelict in their duty. I mean, there are probably more things unlikely than that, but there's not a lot of them in my view.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Mr. Chair, thank you for taking my question. I have a couple of questions. One is to start with, by setting up a commission to study the statutory commissions, within the time frame, this body turns over every 2 years. So how do you maintain a continuity on who is on the committee, who's on the commission, and are you expecting the commission to do their due diligence within the given period, this particular session, this 2 years, or is it a continuity because the appointment to these commissions can change every 2 years?
That's correct. The way this is set up, their work would continue over a period of years because it's just impractical. It's too much work if they're going to do any kind of reasonable job to do all of them in a 1-2 year period. And that's why, you know, it's staggered when the particular boards are going to be or have the repeal in place. You know, like, I mean, you can ask the same question about the entire New Hampshire legislature. You have, you know, you have a mix of turnover and continuity. You have representatives that are in for quite some time, and you have people that are in for 1, 2, 3 terms. And I would expect something similar with this. So, you know, probably you'd have some new people and some people, but they're going to be dealing probably, I mean, they could decide to start working early, you know, some years in advance on one of the ones that's going to get repealed. But the way it's set up, you know, they're going to be working on different professions, different boards, you know, probably on a yearly basis. So they can do things in parallel. They can start things early, but it's not like they're going to have work product regularly because they have to put out a report on the particular boards and professions. And, you know, whether they're all, you know, it's always the same people or not. I mean, you know, you can argue whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Having some, you know, people may get burnt out or tired. Having new people in there is not necessarily a bad thing. Keeping some people in there who have experience doing it's not a bad thing either. But it's the same thing with the whole house. I mean, we have that going on here.
A follow-up
Oh, sorry.
is, yeah, serving on the 6th consecutive term and having been on different commissions, it changes every 2 years which commission you get on or not based on the majority. The goals that you set today, is this bill trying to set a goal for the future legislation, telling this is what you need to do, this is 2026, 2028, this is what is going to, isn't that something that goes totally against what our legislation says? We cannot hold the future legislation binding to some of the changes that we are expecting to happen.
No, it is true that one legislature cannot bind a future legislature. But if you look at it, there are certainly plenty of bills that are passed that have ongoing effects. And if, you know, a future legislature decides this whole thing's a bad idea, there's nothing that prevents them from repealing the statute, including the future repeals that are in it. So I'm not, you know, we're not binding a future legislature. We're, you know, if we pass this, we would be setting a process in effect that at least I would hope would continue forward until completion, which is going to be across multiple legislatures. But, you know, we can't bind them. We're just trying to get something going and provide some direction to the commission. And if a future legislature doesn't agree with doing that, they don't have to do it.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking questions. I'm looking at first, I want to go back to what Representative Grote brought up, the makeup of the commission. Why on line 16, the governor has 2 positions, and then on line 21, he has 3 more positions? He or she, as going forward.
Okay. And first of all, I mean, I've been assured this is going to subcommittee, and I will gladly accept suggestions for amendments, in particular to this section, which I know needs it. Yeah, I can see the issue there. Maybe it should be changed. I mean, the idea was to have a couple of members that kind of represent the governor's view, and then have public members. But the way things are set up, if you look for other boards, the public members are I think they're appointed by the governor. If I'm wrong, I'll be glad to change this. But I can see the concern that in effect he's appointing too many people. And I can ask Director Courtney or look at other statute on how the public. I mean, they're going to be any of the members. I think are generally, and this may need to be changed if it's not clear in here. They're proposed by somebody, but then they're basically appointed by the governor and confirmed by council. And that's true, I think, for all the boards. But it may be there needs to be, the recommendations on them may need to come from somebody else, whether it's OPLC, for the public members, to come for OPLC or whatever. I know there's a problem finding public members. Actually, if you look, hopefully in the next calendar, Representative Grota and I have a member's notice in there asking all representatives to, who presumably know people in their community, to recruit people for being public members for all the boards. But yeah, I can see the concern about that, and I'd certainly, probably, may very well need to be changed. Thank you.
Follow up? And going along with the membership of the commission, I just have an issue with their left real broad as to who can be appointed. There's no specification whether it should be someone who's even licensed by the state of New Hampshire, which I think is important to have on a commission like this to represent.
The concern about having, representation of the majority and minority party, I think is important. Maybe specifying that some of the people have to come from particular committees, EDNA, for example, is important. But there, I don't think requiring that they be licensed, licensing, the purpose of licensing, in my view, is not for the licensees at all. The purpose of licensing is to protect public health and safety. Now, certainly the commission's going to have people who have an interest and who are licensed before them, providing testimony and their reasons for why. A lot of it may be that it should stay the same, but I know there's going to be some coming forward who think there should be changes. And, that's something for the commission to take a look at. But, I wouldn't prohibit anybody who's licensed from being on the board at all. But I don't think it should be made a requirement either.
Follow up? Would you not agree that many commissions out there have all the stakeholders involved when you're looking at a particular issue?
Yes, they do. And again, while parts of this bill I changed and redraft, I didn't take a careful look at this part. This is as it came from the governor's office, and I'm seriously open to any kind of suggestions on how the membership should be structured, and if you can make the subcommittee meeting, that'd be great, or not. If you could send something in, and that I think is probably the part of this that in my view would need the most work, and I agree with that.
And one last follow-up. Okay. I just have never seen, and my question goes to, you may have explained it already, but why the repeals are in here, all on the surmise that we're holding the feet to the fire on a commission to do their work. I've never seen a commission formed with something in there to say, here, do this or else. And even if they do something, there's nothing to prohibit a repeal. And
a comparison I would make, that it's not a commission, but it's the whole administrative rules process. They expire every 10 years, and if the department doesn't do anything, then they're going to go away, right? Now, do rules go away in job lots? I haven't seen it. And it's basically the same sort of thing. And again, what the expiration on the rules is the same thing. It forces a review of the rules, first by the department and then by the legislature, at least, JELCAR, at least every 10 years. And it's basically the same idea.
One last follow-up. I guess my question is, to have the repeals in here now, and you're saying it's to force the commission to do something, and those in these licensing positions to hold the commission to their feet to the fire to keep these from being repealed, goes against why all these folks are here today. The hearing is about the repeals and this legislation. They're here today, not at the commission level. They're here today for this, correct?
Right. I understand that, and I understand why people have that view. However, let's say, all the rules, OPLC rules or rules for a licensing board went away, it would in effect almost have the same effect, right? Because most of the licensing details on licensing and how they're granted are done through, 541A rulemaking authority that's granted. It was originally to the boards and now to the, boards and OPLC. And this is new, and I understand why people are concerned about it, but they're just as much under threat of their license going away if the rules expire and nobody does anything about it. So I understand the concern, and that's part of why I'm trying to, up front explain what this is trying to do and what I, expect the effect is. But I think there's just as much a chance of all the administrative rules on OPLC evaporating as there are of the boards evaporating, and for similar reasons.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for taking my question, Representative Lakis. And since I'm on your subcommittee, we'll talk about this some more. But to follow up, to flog a dead horse, Representative Groda and Representative Goley, when I first read this, at a dead reading, it says these repeals will take place. It doesn't say what you want it to say. How's that? So I'm hoping that in the subcommittee that you can commit to having a conversation about making that more clear.
Certainly. I mean, in the statement of purpose, in the last sentence, it says the purpose of this act is to require the legislature to re-examine the licensing boards of this state to determine if it is in the best interest of the consumer and health and safety of the state to renew their authority. And really, it's kind of expanded later. That could be expanded to renew their authority, or make, changes to it or something like that. Any changes they view as necessary. And, I'd be glad to add something else in there about, the purpose is to require this review, not to just get rid of the boards or some language like that. I mean, I'd be perfectly happy to add that if it's going to make people more comfortable with this.
Go ahead.
Representative Groda?
I do want to address this comparison to rules, and I have members of this committee who have been on JLCAR, as I am now. But I can tell you that rules do expire. However, during that process, they can be conditionally approved, they can be readopted. There is a mechanism for them to continue. So I don't think that and that mechanism doesn't exist here. You can't just get rid of licensing and then 6 months later just like, oh, well, we want it back. Do you understand? Does that analogy make sense to you?
I understand. There is nothing to prevent either the commission to recommend legislation or any legislator, a rep or a senator, to put in a bill to repeal the repeal or any particular one if they think. I mean, if the commission thinks they need more time and they want to change when the repeal is going to occur or get rid of it, the legislature is perfectly capable of doing that. Again, as I said, if they're not doing their job, any legislator can put in a bill. And if it's going to be something crazy like, you're going to repeal the Board of Medicine or something, I don't think there's going to be a problem either having somebody put the bill in or getting it passed, right? I mean, it's. I see consent calendar in its future. If either the board isn't doing its job, or maybe the board decides they need more time, there's no reason why they can't delay it or remove that repeal. I agree it's not automatic, but in effect, it's going to be kind of automatic because this is going to be more visible than a particular rule expiring, probably in most cases. So.
Representative Mangiapudi? Oh, never mind. No more questions? And Representative Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Lakis, once again. As the conversation has gone on, kind of building off some of the previous questions, I don't recall us as a committee forming a commission or having a bill to form a commission before us last year, but 10 years ago, when the Commission on Native Affairs was formed, I was heavily involved in that, and it was part of the language of that commission that it would sunset at the end of 5 years.
So when the sunset date came, it was incumbent upon us to put a bill in to continue it. And it did successfully be continued. It was a good opportunity to make some changes. We removed the genealogist position. I was the genealogist and I wanted to be removed, and I supported the position being removed. So my point being, it gave a good opportunity for a review and some revisions. And then by removing the sunset clause, it was like it took away a known review, and things changed. The dynamics of the board did change, and not for the better. The quorum got harder. Things just got tougher for the commission. So my question is isn't this the same language that we saw standard in the Commission on Native Affairs and most commissions that were formed? And has that changed?
I'm not familiar with the exact language on that, but to your concern, I mean, there is a valid concern there. I wasn't worried about it, which maybe was a oversight on my part, because the repeals sort of drive the work of the commission, and they happen at certain dates. And so the last one being on July 1st of 2031, and in effect, at least the way I was thinking about it, is the work of the commission would be done at that point. But you're correct, there isn't an explicit sunset on the commission, and I'd be glad to add that. That's actually, a good idea. It would sunset the Sunset Commission, exactly. So, which I'm fine on. Or the legislature could decide they wanted to continue and maybe, at some interval in the future, go basically through it again or whatever. It would be up to the I don't expect to be in the legislature at that time. It would be up to them. But there wouldn't be this push for the commission to do anything after that date because nothing else is going to be sunsetting. Nothing else can be repealed. And if they, I suppose if we don't put a repeal in, they could keep meeting if they want and talk about what they think of the boards and suggest legislation. But at least the core of their purpose would be done, and adding a sunset on that date or, would probably be a good idea. Thank you.
Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am looking, oh dear, I just lost it again. Hang on. I'm looking at Chapter 219 of 2022 that was established by Senate Bill 330, bill that came to this committee.
What was that again? Excuse me.
Senate Bill 330.
Right. And this chapter?
Chapter 219.
Thank you.
That's the chapter law that established a committee to study and make recommendations relative to the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification and the licensure of professions under boards, councils, and commissions. What's wrong with having that committee do the work that you're talking about?
So, I apologize. When was that formed? And
2022.
Okay. And did they, in that bill, were they supposed to come up with a report at some point? And if they were, did they?
Well, I'm not sure, but I have not read further
Okay.
down, but I'm sure there was some sort of report that they're supposed to put out. But regardless, that committee exists and sounds like it could do the work that you want. Why not just amend that chapter and?
Well, we could do, I mean, what they don't have is two things. One, at least I don't believe, I haven't read it. I mean, I'm pretty sure they don't have the repeals to push them to actually do something by certain dates. And there's some details in here on the duties and kind of direction, which I suspect is not in that one. So I agree, it sounds like there's some duplication. It'd be interesting to look at what, if anything, that commission has done. And I mean, to avoid duplication, either suppose that one could be
Well,
repealed,
it's sounding like
or
we're-
that
we're
one could be
gonna have so
amended to
many-
do what this is, or, I'd be open to any of that. But I think, having some direction on how to do the review, not some, and again, that may some of that may be in there, I don't know. No, but not some general charge to kind of look at it, which I don't think tends to be all that effective. And then I think the repeals are a key part of this to actually make sure make it much more likely we'll get a real result out of it. Thank you.
I believe that was everybody. Thank you, Representative Lekas.
And thank you.
Next up, Director Courtney. Oh, Representative Lekas, if you could fill out a pink card, the clerk would love it. Or at least like it.
Good afternoon, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director, Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. The office is not taking a position on this bill, but I wanted to make myself available to answer any questions that you may have regarding how we would implement this, and also to offer a few observations as to what's going on in the field of occupational regulation nationwide. But before I get into that, Representative Schuett, I wanted to answer your previous question regarding the committee established by Senate Bill 330. They are no longer active. They did have a very productive fall that year. They had a series of meetings. Many stakeholders attended. They issued a report, and the report essentially became the genesis for several pieces of legislation last year, which was 655. Which turned into 409, as well as 337 and some other pieces of legislation. So I just wanted to answer that question. But I guess what I would offer on the idea of sunsetting, we are seeing that this is an increasingly popular, if you will, approach to ensuring that the legislature is consistently reviewing statutes regarding occupational regulation. I think in many states, it takes the same approach that is proposed by this bill, which is essentially to have a self-imposed accountability system whereby, the statutes are prospectively repealed, and it forces the legislature to file a bill at some point. Like, something has to be filed in order for the Practice Acts to continue. Another approach that we've seen nationwide is what others have suggested on this committee, which is just a commission. From a policy standpoint, that's certainly another way to approach it. The difference being that legislation does not have to be filed. So I think the question for this committee is to really consider, do you want that sort of accountability structure? Regarding the fiscal note, I would say that essentially what we did to calculate that is we took whatever the revenue is that these boards generally generate, and we just projected that as a loss if the boards were to be repealed. On the expenditure side, same thing. We just projected that as a cost savings measure. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's generally how we calculated that.
Which, in order which I saw them, Representative Goley goes first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director, for taking my question.
Certainly.
When you talk about the sunset provisions and seeing them, that's not going on here in New Hampshire currently, correct? Is that other states you're talking
No,
about?
correct. That's a nationwide approach. We see that popping up as there is increasing scrutiny as it relates to occupational licensing and how it impacts workforce. And so many states have responded by ensuring that they're regularly reviewing those statutes.
So, well, I don't take lightly the fact that we don't follow up looking at our statutes, because being here on EDNA for a number of years, I think this committee sees a lot of licensing bills and are pretty well in tune to what's going on over in your office and with licensing. So while you say to hold the feet to the fire to the legislature, would you not agree that I think this committee is pretty well in tune as to what's going on in your office and throughout the state in licensing?
Yes,
in
I
general?
don't agree. I don't disagree with that at all. I would say I feel like I live here 6 months of the year as well. But and I'm not taking a position as to what approach is the better approach. I'm just explaining that these are different approaches that other states have taken, depending on, you know, the policy decision of what you would like to see.
Thank you. I would say, Mr. Chair, that we don't need legislation to hold our feet to the fire. I think we do our job here on this committee.
Thank, Representative Manjapudi? Oh, you were next? Okay, sorry.
That's okay. How do you see the one of the results of that Senate bill was not only this commission but the OPLC Oversight Committee? So
Yes.
how do you see that working? Excuse me. Isn't that also a source of future legislation as well?
Yes, absolutely. That is something that I think, you know, we've only had 2 meetings, 1, 2 meetings so far, but certainly that could provide a source of future legislation.
Representative Manjapudi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I have a two-part question. One is, you know, New Hampshire has the largest body of volunteer legislation. Holding a volunteer legislation's feet to the fire. I don't know
Excuse
where
me,
you're going to get it,
Mr.
right?
Chair, can't hear you over here. Thank you.
I said New Hampshire has one of the large volunteer legislation, holding volunteer legislation's feet to the fire. I don't know how far we can get. At the same time, isn't this kind of holding the future legislation accountable? You got to do something by setting other states. None of the other states have the legislation like we have, the large body of legislators. Correct.
I don't know that I would agree with that. I think it's pretty common to see legally, right, to see prospective repeals. And at any given time, the legislature has the authority to make a decision to eliminate that prospective repeal. So I don't necessarily agree with that. I would also say, again, not taking a position, that the flip side of that statement is that because there's about 400 of you, all it takes is somebody in a grocery store to run into a representative to say, hey, this is a problem, and a bill gets filed. So one could make the argument that it's actually easier, and there's easier access to our civic, our system here than other states, and I would agree with that. So I guess those would be my comments. I mean, I echo Representative Lace's comments. I mean, I don't see any of these boards being repealed practically, which is probably why I didn't have the same reaction that some of our other constituents had. And then there's multiple ways to approach the issue of a legislative review, as I've noted.
Representative Gould?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director, for taking my question. As I asked Representative Lekis, are you aware whether Representative Tom Dolan's Committee on Studying Committees and Commissions is looking at the same committee boards and commissions that are on this list?
My understanding of that is that is for legislative commissions. I could be wrong, but these are different types of commissions because they fall within the executive branch.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director Courtney. Representative McGuire?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Carol McGuire, representing Merrimack District 27, the towns of Allenstown, Dunbarton, Epsom, and Hooksett. And I'd like to present more of a broader view of this commission. Because we create so many structures and then we go on and there's a lot of turnover, we end up with a lot of artifacts in our statutes and our organizations. For example, we have, I don't know how many dedicated funds, and there is a standing committee that meets and reviews a quarter of them every year to say, do we still need this? Is it still active? Can we fix it? Is there a problem? And they look at every dedicated fund every 4 years, sometimes in more intensity than others. We can combine these or whatever. So, we have oversight committees, we have legislative standing committees, but we end up with a lot of stuff that gets put into law that is not looked at for a long time. And with all due respect to Representative Goley, yes, we do look at it when somebody brings it to our attention. If somebody brings in a bill on a type of license, we look at it, we examine it, we fix it. But there are other professions that don't have issues, and they don't come to us, or we don't have bills, and we don't know anything. We don't look into whether we need it, whether it's appropriate. We are very reactive. This commission is set up to look at it, whether it's working or not, and say, yes, the Board of Accountancy understands what their rules are. We need to have this. They're good. And look at the next one in the list and say, yes, we have it. We have a question about how we license our body artists, for example. And so this commission would on a structured basis look at all of the professions that have been licensed for one reason or another for more than the past 100 years and say, yes, we did it right, or, well, maybe we can make it a little bit better. And based on the experience of having been on a committee on committees 15 years ago, you look at them, and there are some that were started with great enthusiasm and went on for a year or two or three, and then they faded out. Nobody paid any attention to them. And so every 10 years or so, we have a committee on committees to go through and look for them. The dedicated funds gets looked at like every 4 years because there's so many of them. And we need to do that because we keep accumulating all this all this stuff, and we need to keep track of it and clean house. So whether or not you think that all of our licensing statutes are perfectly correct as they are today, which may be your position, or whether you think they're all wrong, it still doesn't matter whether you think they should be looked at and verified on a regular basis by somebody that is doing it in an organized fashion.
Representative Schuett, I'm sorry, yeah.
No, I'm Representative. Hi, I'm sorry. I'm Representative Grota. Right. That's okay. So, Representative McGuire, it's not that I can speak for myself. I agree with you. I understand, but it is the resistance. I'm a pretty good reader, and I can comprehend pretty well. And many of us have comprehended this bill in the same way as the analysis, which we're not really talking about reviewing. We're concerned with the repealing part. So if it were just merely, and I've mentioned this, and I've received a lot of resistance to changing any of that. So if there's some sort of compromise that we can make, where we're talking about the reviewing of these things, there is no doubt in my mind that there could be improvements made if we review. But if a gun is put to my head and I've got so much time to look at it, or it's going to be repealed, that's a completely different message. Would you agree?
I don't actually see it that way myself, but I can see where you might. And that's one of the reasons it's going to subcommittee, to see how to implement the goal of this bill without causing these concerns.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Representative McGuire, you've been around here as long as I have and looked at the makeup of this committee and how often it has changed with new members coming on and in and out, as well as the makeup of the House. And when I look at the makeup of this commission and the length it's put together, I can see where this commission starts going one direction. There's a change in a corner office or a change in the Senate or a change in the House. The members change, and all the work that was just done is all of a sudden going the other way. And in all fairness, to say the repeal of licensing is tied to a commission getting its work done when we here at the legislature really have no control of the members of that commission 4 years from now. That's the issue I have. Do you not agree that that could happen?
I agree that the membership of the commission could change with a change in the governor or a change in the structure of the House. I mean, that's happened half a dozen times since I've been here. But the analysis that the commission does, even if it's slanted to some degree, would still be useful, and it would still and as far as the repeal goes, that's something that I think that the subcommittee needs to take a look at.
Representative Mangiapudi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I look at this as a holding the body, the commission, very punitive angle. Is that because if you don't do this, this is what's going to happen? So is it fair to say that we can have that kind of influence in terms of for the current existing commission that's going to be formed or the future commissions?
I'm sorry, I don't understand which commissions you're talking about.
The commission to study the commission and the repeal, this bill that's.
Oh, this commission created by this bill is the one you're
Correct,
talking
correct,
about.
yeah.
It's not, I always hesitate to judge somebody's motives because people do things for the weirdest reasons and very rarely for the reasons that I think would make sense. So I assume I don't know why you're doing it. All I can do is say, this is what you want to do. And I signed off on this bill because I said, we need to look at these things. This creates a structured manner to do so. And I think it's necessary. We keep, anybody who has seen two separate versions of a committee on committees 10 years apart knows that, we accumulate clutter in our laws. And so this is a housekeeping measure, God forbid that I should say so. But it cleans up our statute. And as is the case when you do your housekeeping, you may discover, wow, this is really nice. I found some good stuff I didn't know I had. And I'm not expecting this to go around repealing all these licenses. I think that what will happen is that we will look at the composition of the board and say, this is good for the most part. But there are obviously going to be some issues.
Thank you, Representative McGuire. Representative Infantine, assuming I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Infantine.
Oh, all right.
Close enough. They've done worse. Good afternoon, folks. My name is Will Infantine. I represent Manchester. I'm the chairman of the Labor Committee. I serve as the vice chairman of the New Hampshire Electricians Board. And speaking of myself, not the board, I'm opposed to the parts of the bill about the sunsetting of the boards. Commissioner Courtney stepped into a job I don't think she knew how messed up things probably were. She's done a fantastic job of trying to organize things. She had different letterheads, different organizations. Some groups have 11 board members and they can never meet a quorum. The electricians board, you get your on-the-job hours and you get the class, and then you can apply to get your license, have to come in front of the board if maybe you have a felony or something like that. Some of these other boards are very subjective. You have to complete an essay. No rules about what the essay should say, who's grading it to decide whether or not you get your license. One of them, I'm led to believe, if they don't like that person because they don't want more competition, they don't give them a license. So obviously there's some things that Commissioner Courtney has had to do to kind of rein things in. Now, this bill, from my understanding, comes down from the governor's office. I have spoken to the governor at length about OPLC. He wants to bring more people into the state that can work. He wants to bring more people in for jobs. And he doesn't want licensing to be a hindrance. And I can respect that, but every board has its certain purpose. Now, some of them don't work. Some of them should be consolidated. I've seen the bills that are coming in front of you. There's a couple bills, I think 2 individual bills for consolidation of certain boards. Those are all good and positive things. My concern with the sunsetting is when you get rid of a board, you get rid of the institutional knowledge that has to do with that industry. I am not an electrician. I am the one public member that is not an electrician, but the others are. So when someone comes in front of the board because they violated a rule, and they need to come in front of us to get a bad boy slap, we can fine them, we can suspend their licenses, and do all kinds of other things to try to enforce the rules that we have in place. If these boards go away, you're left with OPLC to manage the administrative work, to manage the investigations, to manage the discipline, and I'm not sure that all being in one place is right. Another position I have, being the chairman of the Labor Committee, is to be a member of the New Hampshire Unemployment Securities Advisory Board. So once a quarter, we meet with the advisory board to find out what's going on with unemployment, if there are complaints against unemployment, how they're working. And it was very important during the pandemic. And New Hampshire, New Hampshire's different. We all like to say that we're better than everybody and we do things the New Hampshire way. But in that capacity on the advisory board to employment securities, we get to question what's going on, what's not working, what needs to be done. And I like having individuals in the state to be able to question politely what the departments of our state are doing. And I'm much more comfortable with electricians dealing with electricians and landscape architects dealing with landscape architect issues and all the other different commissions that we have versus members of the OPLC that may be lawyers or maybe lay people that don't know anything about some of these. So it concerns me greatly that you would sunset some of these boards. On the other hand, change is difficult. People push back on change. There's been a lot of change to the OPLC. I give Commissioner Courtney credit for her efforts, and I think more of her efforts have been positive than negative. But let's not dismantle this whole thing. All right? They serve a purpose. Some don't. Get rid of the ones that don't meet. Get rid of the ones that don't care about their industry enough to have a board. Consolidate the ones that want to be consolidated with similar type boards. But I'm greatly opposed to the sunsetting, and I hope you will study all you want, but don't even think about the sunsetting of some of these important boards. Thank you.
Representative Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. My question is, are you concerned that your board, if it were reviewed by a commission, would be at risk of being supported by the commission to see it repealed?
Well, I'm not concerned with the board I'm on at all. Quite frankly, we didn't miss a beat. We didn't miss a meeting during COVID. We met, we continue to meet. We always have a quorum. Sometimes we're a pain, right? Sometimes we push back and ask a lot of questions. But no, I think we do it well. I think we do it the way it was intended.
Thank you. Then I think that speaks to what I see is happening with these repeals, that it's just an opportunity to review, an opportunity to motivate, and an opportunity, as the chairman said, to clean house, which without cleaning house, and you even alluded to some of the other boards, it's always those other boards that are the problem, right? And commissions. But if there are boards that are doing nothing, they really do need to be identified, and this provides a structure. But I congratulate you for running a good board. Thank you.
Representative Goley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my questions. As a former chair of labor, where you sit now. You've been around here long enough.
I'm sorry to say you and I have been around here probably way too long.
I know. Looking at sunsetting some very important boards for putting the feet to the fire of a commission to do their work that we all know, if we've been around here long enough, that any commission that does work and files their report of recommended changes does not necessarily mean those changes will be implemented by a future legislature going forward. Is that not correct?
Well, of course. I mean, if this legislature has a study and in November decides to have their report done, next year there's a new legislature. Could be different chairmen, could be different parties in power, and a lot of different things. As you and I know, things ebb and flow from year to year. So I guess, of course, it doesn't necessarily mean each legislature will follow it, and then they could override 2 years later what the previous legislature put in place.
So do you think it's fair that the electrician board's feet are held to the fire of losing their ability because of a commission that their report is not bound by the future legislature?
I don't think any board is above reproach. Any board is above being looked at. We had a situation you all read and saw on TV about a massage therapist that was doing some inappropriate things up in the North Country, and the board was able to take their license away and act quickly. Some boards, you don't do things right on the electricians board, you can get electrocuted or kill people. That's a little different maybe from the landscape architects or what have you, but each has its own purpose. But again, each one is open to review at any given time. There was one board, I don't recall the name, where the governor got mad and made a public display and said, if you don't meet, we're going to disband you or get new people and replace you. And some boards do not take it as seriously as others. So everyone is worth, like I said, everyone's above reproach. No one's above reproach, and they can all be looked at any given time. I think sunsetting some of these important boards went way above and beyond what I think is necessary at this point. Thank you. I'm going to
Thank you, Representative.
go back.
Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Representative Peter Schmidt, representing Stratford District 19, which is Dover Ward 1, which I've had the privilege of representing for the past 21 years. And I've been on this committee for 17 or 18 of those years. And I've seen this bill before, and at least substantial portions of it. And the committee from roughly 8 years ago had had this bill, ITL this bill, and that ITL got overturned on the House floor, but it got killed in the Senate. But this is, and I'm very much aware of the fact that this hearing is being recorded, and I call upon the people of the state of New Hampshire to pay attention to what's going on with this bill, because this bill is a frontal assault on a structure that's been being developed in this state for over 100 years. We've had a board of medicine and a board of nursing and various other crucial boards, and the people who those boards govern and license have been providing dentistry and doctoring and nursing and electrician service and so forth for 100 years, and plenty of other boards that have been put together during that time. And this bill, it says it right out. Just look at it. Turn to page 2, line 26. The Commission's report shall include its findings and recommendations to the legislature to enact legislation that A, repeals the occupational licenses. Now, I think this, my experience is everybody on this commission, on this committee, knows English. Couldn't be clearer than right there. Recommendations to the legislature to enact legislation that repeals the occupational licenses. B, converts the occupational licenses to a less restrictive regulation. Right there, black and white. And go on and look at page 3, line 22. Well, let's look first. It's line 18 says the following chapters are hereby repealed in 2026. Line 22, the Board of Accountancy. I think we have a couple of people here today who might have something to say about that. Line 24, Board of Barbering, Cosmetology, and Aesthetics. Well, there are something like 25,000 cosmetologists in the state of New Hampshire. Line 32, the Board of Medicine, repealed. Line 34, the Board of Nursing, repealed. Line 36, the Board of Pharmacy, repealed. Page 4, line 1, Boards of Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors, repealed. Line 9, Electricians Board, repealed. Line 14, Mechanical Licensing Board, repealed. Line 21, Real Estate Appraiser Board, repealed. And line 22, Real Estate Commission, repealed. What do you think it's going to do to the professions that take care of the health of the people of this state, their most valuable possession, their home, or their place of business? This bill is not some kind of a review. It is a frontal assault on the economy and the well-being of the citizens of this state. I hope that there will be not one vote on this committee in favor of this bill. certainly won't come out of here with a majority. I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have, but this is not, the Trojan horse. This is a banzai charge, a frontal assault on the structure of this state.
Representative Gould has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You were reading to us from page 2, starting on line 26, and you read down through 28, 29, which was A and B of that section. And that section goes down to line 36. What does line 36 say under that section?
Line 36 on page 2 says makes no changes to state law.
Correct. So am I incorrect in my understanding here is that the list that started with repeals the occupation licenses is the first of a long list of possibilities or guides, is what I heard the representative say who introduced the bill, and that list of recommendation ends with a possibility that the commission could make no changes to the state law, could just leave the board or the commission alone. Is that, am I misunderstanding that?
Well, this bill is so wrong-headed in so many ways, I don't know how it can turn right and left at the same time. But the bottom line is that, for one thing, this is going to be one hell of a commission to serve on. Because when I was sitting in Reps Hall about 12 years ago, under the reign of error and terror of former Speaker Bill O'Brien, Reps Hall was filled with people, but they weren't representatives mostly. They were representatives of the 44 boards and professions that were going to be deregulated by a bill that was offered at that particular time. And every one of the people who got up and spoke said, please don't deregulate my profession or our profession. And if you just listen one after another, all the boards that were listed were going to be deregulated. And there were several hundred people in Reps Hall saying, don't do this to us. Well, that bill didn't go anywhere, but they came back with a slightly revised and slimmed down bill. That bill didn't go anywhere either because one of the professions that was going to be deregulated was guides. And former Speaker Gene Chandler, who was a committee chair at that time, I believe, he got up and said, want a floor amendment, want to strip that out, because if you go out in the woods with a guide that doesn't know what he or she is doing, you can wind up dead in the state of New Hampshire. And since that removal didn't happen, all of his people voted no. So this bill is such a monstrosity. I can't imagine that the House is going to possibly repeal this. But we should unanimously ITL this bill, because the commission that's set up, who's going to want to serve on that? Because its hearings are going to be one profession after another coming up saying, don't do this to us. And with plenty of good reasons, because you're torpedoing the economy of this state.
Thank you, Representative Schmidt. Next, Mr. Ned Gordon, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ned Gordon. I live in the town of Bristol. I come here today with regard to the bill, 1676, and particularly in regard to the provision of repealing the guardian ad litem board. Having looked at the bill, I have no objection to the idea of a commission, although I might have some thoughts as to how it might be provided for in a little bit different manner than has been proposed. My main concern is the repeal as it's currently presented for the guardian ad litem board. Currently, the guardian ad litem board is to be repealed as of July 1st, 2025. I'm familiar with guardian ad litems. I'm familiar with guardian ad litems as a legislator, as a attorney, as a judge, and now I sit on the guardian ad litem board as a public member appointed by the governor. Over 20 years ago, I sponsored the legislation creating the guardian ad litem board. Prior to that time, guardian ad litems were appointed by the court. They were appointed with no qualifications, with no training, with no standards, and with no process for discipline for misbehavior. The guardian ad litem board was created, and over the last 20 years, those practices have been established, and we have guardian ad litems who are all certified, qualified, trained, continuously trained, and providing services to the state of New Hampshire. The issue here is the way this is proposed. The commission is going to look at this, and they'd have to look at it within a year. In fact, it might be less than a year because it would all depend on when the governor signs the bill, because the bill will be effective when the governor signs it. It might not be before July 1st, 2024. And so in any event, it's only 1 year. So look at it this way. If the commission doesn't act, in 1 year, the guardian ad litem board goes away. Who's taking over those responsibilities? If you said, well, somebody else has to do that, well, who's going to do that? Maybe the courts would have to do that. But if they did that, they'd have to do the same thing the guardian ad litem board's already done. Put in rules, establish rules in the court system, require training, provide training the way the guardian ad litem board's done, do all of those things. So 1 year is just, frankly, absurd. And it appears just absurd. It just doesn't work. So even if you were to say it has to be repealed, you should at least give it 3 years, 5 years, some reasonable period of time. 1 year is just ridiculous. Okay. And so I'm asking that. First, the other thing is I just ask you not to repeal it, but I think you have to look at that in terms of the whole bill. The other, looking back at the idea of creating the commission, and I think the point was just made by Representative Smith, and that is, you look at these commissions, these are commissions in here you know aren't going to be repealed. There might be some changes, but they aren't going to be repealed. My suggestion is put your commission in place for 2 years and pick the boards and commissions that you think have the greatest need. And frankly, they've already done that for you because they've taken 1 and 2. If you look at section 1 and 2 under the repeals, obviously somebody went through that and said, because they're the quickest ones to be repealed, somebody thinks those are the ones that ought to be repealed. So I think if you go through and say, okay, we're going to establish a commission for 2 years, we're going to look at those commissions, they have to do that in that 2-year period of time. And they're the ones that have to make the change and frankly repeal the commission at the end of 2 years. So that's where the repeal ought to be. Okay? And the last comment that I'd have is the comment with regard to the membership of the committee. And I'm speaking as a private citizen today, by the way, but so no offense to legislators, but has 3 members of the legislature appointed by the House, three members of the legislature appointed by the Senate President. You know, you've got a majority, in essence, not a majority, but a large group of legislators. What concerns me as a private citizen is who are the legislators to actually be qualified to decide these boards? Aren't you better to find people who would some appointee from the Business and Industry Association be somebody better to make an analysis of the effectiveness of boards, the cost effectiveness, and of OPLC, which I think has its own issues. So I think if I were looking at creating, and I can tell you we have some issues with regard to getting a quorum at the Guardian ad litem board. We meet usually, but usually what our biggest problem is getting the two legislators, the senator and the rep there, to show up. Okay? And if they showed up more often, quorum wouldn't be as much of a problem for us. So, so I would think that you'd want to have people, if you're going to run this commission, you'd want to have people who are qualified on the commission, not just because they're legislators, because as a private citizen, I'm going to say, with 6 legislators on there, this is going to be a political commission, not a commission directed at resolving the problem that's intended to be resolved. Okay? Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Mangiaputi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gordon, for taking my question. Your last statement confirmed my doubt in terms of this commission would be very politically driven because there's a heavy, more members of legislation than the people in profession or from common thing. So that would impact every 2 years like we have in New Hampshire. Would you agree with that? So the productivity of this board, or this commission, I should say, would be an issue?
Well, my bigger concern, I think the concern was raised earlier about the predictability of who's going to be in power in Concord at any given time and how that affects legislation and what gets accomplished. So that's my biggest concern. And that's one of the reasons why I think the commission should, when you create this commission, you should put it into effect, not forever, but for 2 years with a sunset. Pick particular boards that you think probably should be addressed. Are you going to do away with the real estate board? No. If you think you ought to study the real estate board, study the real estate board. But I don't think you need to. I don't think there's any purpose in the world of saying, okay, we've got to sunset that today. The Board of Medicine, are you going to sunset the Board of Medicine? Does that make any sense to anybody? Doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't think it makes much sense to most of the people in the state.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Next, and it's my old eyes, I see Corsetti and something with an H. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Corsetti.
Thank you. My name's Glee Corsetti Hooper. I'm the public member on the Naturopathic Board of Examiners. And I don't really have a yay or nay on this bill because I didn't really understand it when I read it, but I was very concerned about the repeal. And I guess I have 3 questions. One is, just before I got on the board, I'm serving my 2nd term, so I've been on for 6 years and I have 4 more years. We had an audit, and so we spent at least 2 or 3 years addressing all the concerns of the audit, and I don't even exactly know who did the audit. I don't know if it was Jailcar or who it was, but I guess I'm wondering, do all the boards get audited? And if this is some replacement for auditing, that was a very specific look at the statute and what we were missing in statute and rules and whatnot, and we addressed all those things. And so there was that. I just want to comment on that. I also want to comment on the governor's appointments of people, Because when I recently got reappointed, I found out from the young lady who works for Governor Sununu that the public member on the Board of Naturopathic Examiners is one of the public members that's appointed only by the governor. So it took a long time, and then she was able to sort of expedite it when I called. Other public members are appointed by the governor and then have to be approved by the executive committee. So it seems to me, knowing how and who the governor appoints and who's involved in all that process would be useful and maybe standardized. And then the third thing is that I'm aware of a sunset law in Florida, which was the first state in the country to license naturopathic doctors. And, it's a small profession. I think it's extremely important for the public and the well-being and health and benefits of the people of the state. And as far as I know right now, there are somewhere between 115 and 120 naturopaths in the state of New Hampshire. So, and they're all, up to their eyeballs in busy patient care, and they don't have they have one lobbyist that works for the state association, and they would have, a difficult time, I think, mounting the support that they would need to try to deal with some kind of repeal if that were to happen. So in Florida, the law sunset, it never did get reenacted, and they don't have naturopathic doctors down there. So that's what happened there, and I would really hate to see that happen here. I personally have been the beneficiary of naturopathic medicine for I was involved in the hearings when the law got passed about 26 or 7 years ago, and I was the president of the Autism Society for 10 years and raised a son on the Autism Society on Spectrum, and was hugely helped by the guidance and benefit, from the naturopathic doctors that I saw here and still do. So I guess that's just all I wanted to say, and I thank you very much. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to.
Are there any questions? Oh, Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for taking my question. Could you just repeat what you said about Florida so that I'm sure I understood that they had a similar legislation and it caused?
Well,
they-
Florida,
Go
I don't know the details of this. I just know from the naturopaths that I've spoken to that Florida, I think, was the first state in the nation to license naturopaths as doctors. And, they go to 4 years of postgraduate medical school and whatnot. And then the law sunset, and the profession wasn't up and able to, reintroduce legislation. I don't know how or why that happened, but there are no licensed naturopaths in Florida now.
Thank you. That's what I understood.
Sure.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Edward David?
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. I'm Charles Powell. I'm also on the Board of Accountancy, along with our Chair, Ed Davis. If I could join at this time, I think it might be
Sounds
beneficial. and
very
efficient.
functional, yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for listening to us. My name is Ed David. I live in Seabrook. I'm a CPA, and I'm the current chair of the Board of Accountancy. I request that this committee rejects the bill as it relates to the sunset of the boards. As I understand this bill, written in English, I do understand English, absent any changes, the Board of Accountancy will sunset 7/1/2026. No ifs, ands about it. That is what is written. I believe that our board provides oversight and helps to protect the commerce within the state of New Hampshire. This bill will eliminate the oversight, which ultimately could harm the public and other users of financial statements and tax returns. That also includes Department of Revenue, as far as state tax returns being filed timely. Again, I humbly request that this committee rejects the bill, as it will diminish the protection of the public. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, Charles Powell from the Board of Accountancy. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak once again today with regard to House Bill 1676. I have also submitted written comments in opposition, and those should be before you. I had many remarks when this hearing started, but so many people have repeated what I would have said that I don't want to belabor the issues too much. I would go simply to this concern. In this bill, the default is repeal, and I think that that is an extremely risky gamut. I'm reminded, as I sit here, of an old saying that I've heard many times: if you want to hear God laugh, just tell him your plans. And my concern here is that the commission, and this has been recognized as being a risk of commissions, will not act in a timely fashion, and bills will be repealed, including the statutory authority for the Board of Accountancy. I can tell you that I have served, I'm a public member on the board. I'm not an accountant, and I have served on the board for going on 3 years now. I have been impressed from the beginning with the enthusiasm and professionalism of the members of our board, both public members and accountant members. To my recollection, and I think Ed would support me on this, we have never lacked a quorum for a meeting, whether it was a normally scheduled meeting or a special meeting called on an emergency basis, such as we had this morning at 8:15 a.m. to discuss the various legislation that's being considered by this committee. I think it would be a travesty for the authority of the Board of Accountancy to be repealed, whether on purpose or by accident through inaction. And I just wanted to express those concerns to the committee here today. Of course, I thank you for allowing me to speak, and I'm perfectly willing to entertain any questions that any of you may have.
Are there any questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You might be able to answer what I started asking much earlier in this. Do you feel that there's reason to review these boards on some timely basis without having a repeal piece? But let's make the assumption that the conversation, we should review these boards regardless of how we force the commission to do it. But
My answer to that is simple. I think that a review of existing boards is appropriate. Whether or not it's necessary at this point in time, I don't know, but I can tell you this. I think that as legislators, that is probably the type of thing that you want to review on a regular basis, if you will, to make sure that needs are being met. The problem that the board sees, the major problem that the Board of Accountancy sees with this bill is the repeal by default, which is very dangerous, we think.
thank you.
As a follow-up, my only point I would like to add to that is I think OPLC would be able to identify those boards that are not performing. So you would actually highlight the ones that need help and assistance before you go through all 44.
Representative Gould?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Don't you think that would put a lot of burden on OPLC and create a hostile environment within the office?
Yeah, it already is. No, no, actually, we have a great working relationship with OPLC. And I think if, Courtney came to us and expressed unhappiness with certain things that we were doing as a board, we would certainly address them. I know myself now as the chair, we would address them.
May I briefly add a comment to that?
Certainly.
One of the things that we have discussed at the board, among many, is the fact that we are revenue net positive by, I don't know the numbers exactly, but by a substantial amount. So I think that OPLC, at least with regard to the Board of Accountancy, is satisfied with our performance. And certainly we've shown our enthusiasm for the work that we do by our attendance and ability to address any issues as they come up. Thank you.
Follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you for that answer, and I hear from you the good work that you're doing and the relationship you have. And I think it's been said before, we hear from a lot of the boards on a lot of different bills, and we see the good work people are doing. I look forward to the work of the subcommittee on some of the language, perhaps, but I think that the fear that's been created by the word repeal, which was intended as a carrot on a stick to motivate people to get a review done, is unnecessary because you all are doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Philip Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Philip Sherman, and I'm the chair of the Building Code Review Board. I'm also a licensed professional engineer, but speaking today about the BCRB. I speak in highly respectful opposition to this bill, particularly the part on the default to repealing. This bill proposes to sunset the Board of Architects, the Board of Home Inspectors, the Board of Professional Engineers, the Electricians Board, the Installation Standards Board related to manufactured housing, and the Mechanical Licensing Board, unless the legislature introduces new legislation to continue or recreate the board. Each board disappears. Each of these boards is part of the complex system that supports building safety in the state. And the state building code is one of the major pieces of this very complex system. 6 of these boards nominate members to our 17-member Building Code Review Board. So I respectfully suggest that defaulting to the elimination of these boards as part of a longer list of boards runs the risk that something slows down the replacement process and the implications cascade through the building safety process. A better approach would be to continue the boards on which there are general agreement unless the legislature chooses to specifically eliminate them. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe it's getting late in the day. Here I am asking for clarification again. Can you repeat what you said? Several of the boards provide suggestions for
Our
membership
board
tiers?
consists of 16 members nominated by what I'll call constituent groups, various portions of the building industry, and then appointed by the Commissioner of Safety, plus myself as a 17th member appointed by the Commissioner. 6 of those 16 constituent groups are represented by boards on this list.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jody Bell?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and House Executive Department and Administration Committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to share our perspective. My name is Jody Bell. I am a licensed acupuncturist here in New Hampshire. I serve on the New Hampshire Board of Acupuncture Licensing, but I am here today as a member of our state professional association, representing the New Hampshire Acupuncture and Asian Medicine Association, also referred to as NAHAMA. So I agree with many of those who have expressed opposition today, very thorough and specific, especially regarding Ms. Cooper's mention of an audit. That was something that our board went through, which was very helpful, and we did it, and it was fine. So I wish to present our letter to the committee demonstrating our association's stand on HB 1676 FN currently on the agenda. I believe you all have a copy of that in your possession. I'll just skip to the meat of it. It is the position of the New Hampshire Acupuncture and Asian Medicine Association, NAHAMA, that the Sunset Commission proposed by HB 1676 FN is not necessary. It is, in our opinion, it is redundant, wasteful, and negligent for public safety. It is difficult to imagine members of the House are looking for ways that a person could practice in a healthcare field such as acupuncture that is below the national standard of our profession, or worse, without the need of a license or even without a supervisory board. If allowed to pass, these are possible outcomes of HB 1676FN. The Board of Acupuncture Licensing has done its due diligence since its inception of our license in 1997 and is assured that New Hampshire practitioners meet professionalism, ethics, and safety levels as set forth by the National Certification Commission for Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine, which protects the practitioner and the public. Over the past 2 years alone, the Board of Acupuncture has worked with OPLSC to clarify language in the RSA and create rules and guidelines that automate the online licensing of acupuncturists in our state. These measures are in step with other licensed professions. The Acupuncture Board creates more ways to show competency in education, which opens a license to acupuncturists who are not only trained outside of the U.S., but also trained nationally without loosening the standards. We've already done this work. So some may argue for loosening standards because there have been very few negative incidences in the state, showing that acupuncture is a low-risk profession. However, NAHAMA maintains that there have been very few incidences of concern because of the high standards of practice and the Acupuncture Board of our peers. NAHAMA believes the Sunset Commission creates an unnecessary redundancy work already completed. As stated in the bill, the real purpose is to find ways to loosen the standards for more practice of a profession in a state intended to increase employment. Another is to reduce cost. It seems the focus of the HB 1676FN is more about reducing costs than protecting public safety. It is best to have a board that keeps the pulse on the profession for a higher standard of care. Currently, the cost is $25 per person per meeting, with an average of 4 meetings per year. That's for the Acupuncture Board. I'm sure other boards are way different, as I'm hearing. This past year, if all 5 members attended all 5 sessions, the highest amount would be $625. Unless this committee agrees that the following possible outcomes are beneficial, such as loosening professional standards of healthcare improves public safety, that removing an advisory board appears within a profession, then turns the decision-making process to a body that does not fully understand the extent of education and training necessary to be safe and effective practitioner. And if $500 to $625 is an extreme cost for board oversight, then you must oppose HB 1676FN. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Very respectfully, Jody. Any questions?
Representative Manjapudi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick question. How the repeal of the board and repeal of licensing would affect your reimbursement structure?
Thank you for that question. We are considered, without a license, insurance companies could not be paying us. We would just be random people on the street doing our profession and not having any legitimacy in the insurance world. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
R. Gordon Leedy?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Gordon Leedy, and I live in Amherst, and I'm chair of the New Hampshire Board of Landscape Architects. I'm here to speak in opposition to this bill. Regulation of professional practice, as we've heard, in medicine, design, construction, all exists not to pose a barrier to entry to the profession, or stake out turf for some business. It is to ensure that professionals have the requisite education, training, and experience to practice their profession and ensure the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of this state. So that's the bottom line, is that it's a police power that has been adopted in virtually every state for a variety of professions, including landscape architecture. Professional licensure, regulated by the state, ensures that licensees have been found to be minimally competent to practice their profession as determined by education, experience, and examination. I'm proud to say that I've been found minimally competent in 10 or 12 states of the United States. Our board's rules permit simple reciprocity granted by administrative review if a practitioner is licensed in another jurisdiction with similar licensing requirements. So that's no barrier to, it's a very simple process that occurs quickly without needing to wait for a meeting of the board. Most states have requirements similar to New Hampshire, so it is, as I said, very simple. Elimination of licensure would pose a burden on practitioners in New Hampshire, since gaining those reciprocal licenses in other states, we're a small region and we typically practice across state lines, would be impossible. It also would affect New Hampshire practitioners from being able to obtain insurance and federal contracts, for example, all of which require professional licensure. In addition, market competition or civil action are poor methods of regulating professions, since people need to show harm in order to have any action take place. And the goal here is to prevent harm. So notwithstanding testimony we've heard today, HB 1676 requires elimination of licenses for a variety of professionals on a rolling basis over the next 7 years, starting July 1, 2025, irrespective of the findings of the commission. So the commission may do their work, make findings, but the commission is not responsible to make changes to law. This body is responsible to make changes to law. And I stopped predicting the actions of the legislature a long, long time ago. So I urge the committee to find HB 1676 inexpedient to legislate. Please do not approve this abrogation of the state's responsibility to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. Thank you very much for taking my testimony, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Lee McGrath.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, you had a question?
Oh, no, not process question. Can we finish passing out all the paperwork before we have anyone else talk? Because it's getting distracting to me.
I'm sorry, that's
sure.
my fault, and it's,
okay.
I promise you I'm finished.
Sorry, okay.
Welcome, Ms. McGrath.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Lee McGrath. I'm an attorney at the Institute for Justice. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my colleagues and my support for this important piece of legislation, House Bill 1676. Sunset reviews are not new. They have existed since the early 1970s, but to a large extent they have been impotent because the status quo prevails. And it's for that reason that Representative Lekas is right to put the burden on those advocating for the status quo. When you pass a new crime law, when you pass a new tort law, you identify who has the burden of proof. In criminal law, you put that burden on the government, that you say that the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person did the crime. In a tort, you put that in a civil action, you put that burden on the government by a preponderance of evidence, 51%. At the core of this bill is New Hampshire's constitutional right to obtain happiness in Article 2 of Part 1 of your Constitution. Obtaining happiness is that Jeffersonian idea of realizing one's full potential. And you recognized it. I don't know if you did it before Madison or you did it, or Jefferson, but you did it, or whether you did it after Madison and Jefferson, but you recognized the importance of one's entering the labor market, being able to work, being able to pursue their career. And so it follows that the burden should be on those obstructing that right, for those who want to infringe upon those rights, who want to make it more difficult to work. So the burden should be on those who are advocating. Now, most states do what some testifiers have suggested, don't have that default that's in this bill. But Texas does, and so does Ohio. In Texas, it was put in 1977, and over that time, the CPAs have come before the Texas Sunset Commission and had their license renewed 3 times. And so one should be temperate in believing that this is the end of the world. And to that extent, let me thank Representative Gould for pointing out on page 2, line 35 and 36, on line 35, the word "or." On line 35 reads, reflects other recommendations to the legislature or make no changes. So this is a process bill. It puts in front of this commission on a regular basis the review of certain regulations with no implied. The word "or" does not imply destiny. It implies flexibility. No board, no law should be a sacred cow, and reviewing them periodically is very, very important. Let me go to my second and final point, which is what this bill does particularly well is say that you do not live in a binary world. You do not live in a world of license versus no license. You do not live in a binary world of a board exists or doesn't exist. What this bill does on page number 2 is point out that you live in a world in which you have lots of regulatory choices. On line 9, you could let market forces, you could let Yelp and other review and reputation and word of mouth be the regulatory force. On line 25, you could let occupational licenses be the regulatory force. And between those 2 lines, you have lots of choices. Let me point out line 17 on page 2 and line 18. The regulation of facilities where specific goods or services is sold, and inspections. The radical thing of putting food in your mouth at restaurants is not regulated by an occupational license. The cook, the chef, the busboy, the purchasing agent does not need to be licensed in the state of New Hampshire. Instead, your municipalities regularly inspect restaurants, and that is the right proportional type of regulation that should exist for restaurants. And what this bill does, it invites the commission to think about what is the proportional type of regulation to those risks. And it does it in a very important way. Much is often said of cost-benefit analysis, but the problem is that there's just not enough data that exists as to what the costs are for a certain license, what the benefits are for a certain license. And so what that tends to do, it tends to invite advocates for licensing to come forward with exaggerated anecdotes and unsubstantiated points about health and safety. You're very experienced legislators. You know the problem of public choice, where those with concentrated benefits show up. This bill is a vehicle for your review in ways that are systematic, that ensure that the problems of regulatory capture and public choice are not overly influential and stop Granite Staters from pursuing their calling. Finally, Mr. Chairman, members, what this bill also does on page 3 on line 8 is to invite the commission to seek expertise on antitrust law. Occupational licensing, the Federal Trade Commission sued the North Carolina Dental Board in 2014, and the Supreme Court found that occupational licensing boards can be problematic because they can be captured, and participants on that board can extend their authority beyond what has been delegated to them by the legislature, and that exposed the state of North Carolina, and by proxy, the state of New Hampshire, to litigation. I submit to you that this is a moderate process bill that puts the right burden on those on the status quo, but it's a burden of only 51% of the 400 members. It is not a big burden, and there are plenty of people available to support the renewal of regulations when they are reviewed and justified. On behalf of my colleagues at the Institute for Justice, I applaud Representative Gould, Representative Lakis, Representative McGuire, and others, and I appreciate the time to talk about trying to make New Hampshire a little freer so for those who want to pursue their constitutional rights to obtain happiness. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Then I guess I can adjourn the meeting. Thank you.